Again, thank you guys for tuning in. I had to restart the stream there. We are back up and operational. If you guys would go ahead, hit that like button, share the stream around just so we can get some more eyes in on here on the action. I'm continuing to work in the background here. If you guys need any links, they're in the description below. I will be starting a report soon. I will let you guys know more information on that shortly. Stand by, guys, while I get another camera up for you. I'm just trying to get slow mode and stuff set up here on the chat now that we restarted the stream. Again, thank you for everybody that's tuning in right now. Make sure to hit the like button so we can get this the new stream back up in the algorithm. Again, thank you for everybody that's continuing to tune in and keep an eye on what's going on the ground here in Ukraine. To everybody on Twitch, you guys are awesome, man. Seeing you guys stick it out through me. We got mass reported the other night and suspended on Twitch for TOS. I've recently been in contact with Twitch. They are currently dealing with a situation much broader than just our channel. There's been a whole bunch of TOS suspensions on Twitch over the past 4 to 5 days, as they've been trying to deal. They've been trying to adapt to dealing with this situation with Ukraine. Okay, because yeah, I mean a lot of it does go against Twitch TOS. We are getting our original account reinstated. However, we are keeping this account on Twitch as our main account for the foreseeable future. But again, thank you to everybody that is tuning in on Twitch. You guys are awesome. Every single one of you. You guys are dedicated. Some people asking for an update. So I'll give you just a quick rundown here of what's been going on. Russian forces are still amassing outside of the city of Kiev. Kharkiv and Kherson are currently under siege. There's been multiple strikes on civilian and government targets in Kharkiv, as well as multiple other cities in Ukraine. Odessa this morning is under assault as well. It looks like the Russians are finally starting to launch that amphibious assault that we've been looking at. We're going to have more information on that as the day goes by here. We did hear rumors of a UN convoy leaving from Kiev this morning. However, we haven't confirmed the details on that. We hope that some people made it out of Kiev. There was rumors that maybe that convoy had been hit and never made it to Kiev. We still haven't really gotten any concrete information on that. Again, guys, I'm kind of just working in the background here, trying to get some stuff set up. I plan to bring you guys a full hour or two of reporting here in the coming hours as we come on to about 2:30 here, Kiev time, about 7:30 a.m. here, my time. Again, I'm trying to get another camera here for the top. We had a really nice feed up there for our top camera, so I'm currently trying to get another one here. So stand by while I get that situated.
So yeah, also we lost that feed from the Independent. I'll see if I can get that angle back for us. Yeah, here we have it here. Again, I'm going to look for another angle we could put up on the top left to replace that.
Yeah, so some people saying the Kherson is Russian control, says the Russian defense minister. Yeah, I would take that with a grain of salt. The Russians are immediately, jumping to say, oh yeah, we have control of this, we have control of that, but no, the Ukrainians at this time are still in contesting Kherson. Last we heard, there was still fighting happening on the ground in that area. Okay, so we got that. Yeah, so it looks like our Fox News feed did go down from the Maidan, from the square there. So we're gonna have to keep an eye out for a good replacement cam here. If anybody has, again, any to throw into the ringer, we'll put those up on screen. I got some other updates about Kiev here. I'll show you guys too in just a moment. Again, trying to get some of these cameras swapped around. That Fox feed will probably come back in a few minutes, but I want to get something to put up as a backup for now. So stand by for that. If anybody has the Yablonsky district, yeah, I'll look for the district cam. It's pretty good. Not sure if it's live though. Yeah, that cam has been coming in and out. Yeah, it doesn't look like we do have a cam for that district near Kiev. In the meantime, I'm going to put this up here. We'll take our multi and we'll put our multi-cam down here. Actually, what I'll do is I'll that like right there. That should work pretty good. Subi Drifts, thank you very much for tuning in, man. Glad here we got somebody from Pittsburgh tuning in. I'm glad everybody is tuning in this morning. Thank you guys for the kind words. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours this week. I took off basically I've taken off work for over a week now, and I plan to continue to do so to bring you guys this stream. My sleep schedule has been all over the place. I know I've been trying to keep the stream schedule consistent, but I've been kind of on Kiev time. I'm trying to get a set stream schedule for you guys set up so that everybody, knows when I'll be on the air and when the stream will just be idling like it has been. Again, thank you for everybody's words of support. Thank you to everybody that's choosing to support Ukraine and the people in Ukraine. What we've been able to accomplish here is amazing. Over just the past week, we've built a community of almost 50,000 people now, 14,000 people in our Discord server that are, as we speak, doing their part in the information war. Not only the information war, but helping to support the Ukrainian people directly. All right, so it looks like that feed there, somebody switched out of their feed. We will again here go and try to get another feed to replace that with. Here's one here. I think I'll put up. This is the other one that came back up online. I'm going to put this one over here for now. That's the same as the top one, I know, but yeah, I'm just going to keep it on there for now until we get a replacement cam for Kiev, because Kiev is the place we really want to be keeping our eye on today. Thank you, 501 Darth. Much appreciated, man. I love the words of support. Is it true ships that are close into Odessa? Yeah.
are shooting at Odessa. We haven't heard of them shooting at Odessa yet, but I'll keep you guys posted on that. We do know that Odessa is probably going to come under siege today. Yeah. So another thing for the square cams, we haven't been getting our bells today from the church. Not sure if that's because they disabled them or what. We also heard reports that the air raid sirens had been disabled for a couple hours there in Kiev this morning. So we'll keep an eye on that. There is definitely a lot of acts of sabotage that are currently underway in and around Kiev. So we said Australia pledged 70 for lethal arms. That's awesome. Yeah, we are currently working on a project over in the Discord. We're looking into different ammunition manufacturers in Poland. We're going to be reaching out to them and seeing if they would be willing to, like, if we set up a fundraiser, possibly through the patches, or maybe all of the funds from the t-shirts right now are going to Amnesty. We want to continue to do that, but we're looking at possibly setting up like an ammo fund where we could gather funds and then purchase ammunition from a Polish ammunition supplier, and then have that basically driven to the Ukrainian border and exchanged with the Ukrainian Defense Forces, which is a lot. It's actually a lot easier to do than we thought it was going to be. We thought there would be some issues with that. However, as long as we have it driven on Polish territory from wherever we purchase the ammunition from to the Ukrainian border, we could arrange to have Ukrainian Defense Forces pick up the ammunition and put it to good use. So we're looking at doing that over the next couple days here. So we'll be keeping you guys filled in on that. Are you doing this full time right now? Yes, I've been doing this full time. I basically took off work the week before last and started streaming, and I haven't stopped streaming since. I actually took off work, decided I would be taking it off about the second or third night when I really saw just everybody's overwhelming amount of support, just everybody's tuning into the stream. So I decided that this was important and that we somebody needed to be doing what we're doing here. So yeah, at this time I'm doing this 24/7. Again, I'm trying to get a set stream schedule up for you guys so that we can have some consistency with my recording. But thank you guys again for bearing with me. Yeah, so as I said, the campaign with the patches and the bullets, we're getting that set up. I'll have more information on that as soon as we figure out, the means at which we're going to do that. For now, though, you guys can donate directly to Amnesty International's Ukrainian Crisis Fund. There's a link to that in the description. There's below the stream. As well as all of our t-shirt sales, not just for the St. Javelin shirts and the other Ukrainian morale shirts that we were selling, but all of our merch. We have multiple merch stores across a couple of my small businesses that I have, and we're selling all of the merch is going directly to this Amnesty Fund. Yep, again, good morning for everybody just tuning in. We are currently getting, I'm getting a news report in the background together for you. Right now it's pretty quiet in Kiev. There is a lot of activity happening on the outskirts of Kiev at this time, though, and we are continuing to get information in. Earlier we were also monitoring a bridge near a town. I believe it's in the eastern part of Ukraine. Near a town, Zapolsky. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but we were watching traffic earlier this morning flooding out of that area. People were trying to escape the area, and there was explosions actually happening to the left of the highway that we were watching. Thank you for sending over this feed, Mark Follies. Thank you for that. I'm going to see if I can get this actually up on the screen for us now. This is a feed out of the Asian News Bureau that we've been watching for the past couple days. However, we have that feed actually on cam slot 3 for now, Mark, but I'm going to keep that up on screen just in case that one goes down. So here, guys, is some updating on the situation happening around Kiev. Here is some imagery of some current locations of Russian troop emplacements in and around at least the west side here. Somebody said the YouTube stream is down for me on Twitch. I believe the YouTube stream is still up. Can everybody on YouTube sound off for me? Am I coming in clear for you guys on YouTube and Twitch? Can everybody sound off? Let me know if everything is looking consistent. Awesome. Awesome, guys. Thank you so much for that. So again, guys, here are some updates on the the Russian troop movements along the west side of Kiev. These are the latest coming out of this morning. These all show positions that are currently under Russian control at this time. So the red on that is what is currently ongoing. Literally avoid the red. They're saying if you are in that area to basically avoid that entire area. Russian offensive into Kiev from the northwest has stalled. Apparently, Russian troops static across the bridge, the northwest of Olthrin and the south of Dimer. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Instead, Russian ground forces appearing to cut off more Kiev from the west properly. Russian ground forces have been setting up supply bases in Borodyanka and Kadazhyanka. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that again, guys. My Ukrainian pronunciation is a little bit lacking. But they're saying with movement to cut off the M06 highway between Kiev and Zhytomyr to the west. Specific movement and reports at this time suggest they are fighting or moving to take Markariv, Brisuliv, and the other towns you guys see here on the map. This action will most likely prevent civilian traffic along the M06 between Kiev and Zhytomyr and prevent traffic to/from Kiev along the P04 to the southwest. The M05 and P19 will be the next closest viable main road to/from southwest of Kiev, but expect possible stray shelling and force movement along those roads with hasty checkpoints. The safest route following main roads would be to go to Bila to Skrivka, take the P32 heading east instead of the M05 directly to Kiev, then take the H01 highway heading north towards Kiev at Karelk. I don't know if I pronounced that again, guys. Sorry, bear with me. If the Russian action is successful, expect these to be semi-permanent or permanent instead of temporary, as the Russian forces move to encircle Kiev properly and the Ukrainian forces to attempt to fight over it. So again, guys, those are updates coming out of the surrounding areas of Kiev this morning. Thomas, thank you very much for tuning in again today. Nice to see you. Again, guys, I'll be working in the background here. I'm getting another report together for you, but I just wanted to give you that little bit of updating out of Kiev. Also, really quick, here are the Russian naval ships currently being spotted off of the shores of Odessa. Somebody asked how the situation in Bucha. We heard, last time I heard they were still contesting in Bucha at this time. Tom Luno, thank you for tuning in today. Much appreciated. Glad to see you back. Again, sorry, excuse me. Again, here's a picture from earlier of a large convoy of elite Russian VDV airborne troops. As you can see, totally wiped out here. All of that Soviet hardware just absolutely destroyed by a lot of the anti-tank guided munitions the Ukrainians are using. In the center of Bucha. Okay, troops totally wiped out in the center of Bucha. For those of you asking about the update in Bucha, here it is. While they are on their way to Kiev, the destruction is so terrible with dozens of dead Russian paratroopers that even Ukrainian civilians cried. Yeah, just the amount of Russian deaths there, guys. Even on the Russian side of things, guys, there's a tragic amount of lives being lost here. As we've stated before, they're mostly Eastern Ukrainian from the rebel-held regions, conscripts and people that have been told to fight, ages 18 to 60. All able-bodied men have been told to fight. Told if they don't, they will be prosecuted, thrown in prison. they were thrown in old Soviet gear, in old Soviet hardware, and sent in to soak up these anti-tank guided munitions. Exactly what we're seeing here. It's extremely tragic. The images we're getting out of Kiev and other places in the region. However, just to correct you guys, these forces out of Kiev are most likely forces that have come down from Belarus. Keep that in mind. There is a lot of reservists, a lot of conscripts, even in those forces as well. But again, those that hardware we're seeing in those photos that I just showed you is old Soviet hardware that has been destroyed. So we're seeing a lot of footage of Ukrainian, sorry, not Ukrainians, but Russian soldiers being captured and saran wrapped to telephone poles, things like that. I'm not going to show you guys a lot of that footage. I don't feel it's right for us to show you guys some of that footage. A lot of it's pretty graphic. I guess. Again, it's against both YouTube and Twitch TOS, so I'm not going to show you guys a lot of that footage. Also, I've been trying to keep that stuff out of the Discord. We've been trying to stay, as indiscriminate as we can to each side of the conflict. There are deaths happening on both sides of this conflict. There are Russian servicemen losing their lives and being sent home in body bags to their families, and it's the same on the Ukrainian side of things. There's civilian casualties happening. There's hundreds of people being wounded. It's definitely a massive humanitarian crisis that's unfolding there at this time, and so we definitely have to make sure, guys, that we try to stay compassionate on both sides of the spectrum, not just for the Ukrainians, but also for the Russian servicemen that are dying here, and their families that are going to have to mourn that loss. So. Yes, Matthew says, may God have mercy on all of our souls, not just the Ukrainians, but everybody, including us here at home. I think we're all going to eventually be snarled into this conflict, or at least we'll see the consequences, the far-reaching consequences that this conflict has on us. As somebody says, every single one of those deaths is on Putin. Yeah, at this time, unfortunately, the way Putin is the way he is carrying out these actions, he definitely has a lot of blood on his hands. There's no doubt about that. Yes, Patrick B says, yep, war is held, no one wins. That is very, very true. Nobody is a winner here. Everybody is a loser. Some people asking about the cameras. Yes, cams 1, 2, 3, and 4 are Kiev. Cams 5 is Nova Kharkova. Some other people ask about the state of Kharkiv. Yeah, again, guys, we have seen multiple strikes on targets in Kharkiv over the past 12 hours, including government buildings, civilian targets, and residential areas. We have seen possibly the use of thermal barracks in that area, possibly the use of cluster munitions. We're still trying to get some more concrete information on what's going on in Kharkiv. It still looks like at this time that the Ukrainians are putting up a fight in Kharkiv. Do not listen to the Russian misinformation. There has been many posts and reports saying that the Russians have control over that city. At this time, I do not believe that to be true. Same with Kherson. Michael J. Howard says, I see a U.S. Air Force rivet joint in a stratotanker on flight radar. Roger that. We will keep an eye on that rivet joint. What's the call sign of the rivet joint? Let me guess. Is it back up under Homer?
If it is, I could probably find it pretty quickly here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we got Homer up in the air. Michael J. Howell, let me know. Let me know what that call sign is. Jolene asks, "How do we watch flight radar?" You can find the description to that in the description below. Sorry, the link to that in the description below the stream on YouTube. It's just flightradar24.com. There's a few other radar systems that we use, but the one on stream you guys are seeing is. The one you're seeing on screen here is Flight Radar 24. It's been easiest for us to use. Somebody asks a very good question. They say, do you feel like donating, like us with our ammo fund, donating ammo to the war just puts blood on innocent hands? Well, think about it this way. Do you think those people should have the means to defend themselves? If they're going to get shot, wouldn't you at least want to level the playing field? I think we have come to these, we have come to a point here, at least on the stream, where we believe that, obviously the Ukrainians are the underdog, and we believe that they deserve every amount of support that they can get. We got our rivet joint RC-135W up on the screen here for you guys, and a tanker right ahead of it, not too far off in the distance. Right over Romania, they headed down from what seems to be over in the UK. Yeah, they headed all the way from the UK, United States Air Force. They are being led by a stratotanker there. We're going to keep an eye on this aircraft for a while. Yeah, to reply to that other person that just said that comment a minute ago, this other person in the chat just now, Matt Lamb, he says, if Russia stops fighting, there is no war. If Ukraine stops fighting, there is no Ukraine. Okay, and that's why we're looking into things like the Patch Project. That's why we're looking into things like the Ammo Fund. They need all the help they can get. Ples says the playing field will never be leveled. Unarmed civilians may be spared. Armed civilians will not. Yeah, but I do believe that they should at least have the ability to defend themselves. I don't think the Russians are going to spare anyone in this conflict, especially if they lose their country and the freedoms that they are fighting for now. Somebody asks, what happens if a United States or UK plane gets too close and the Russians shoot it down? Well, you would hope that we would try to have patience in that situation. However, it's anybody's guess if we would get immediately involved if that happened. I hope to God that we would not get involved. Everything that I thought wouldn't happen, or that I hoped wouldn't happen, there's plenty of things here that I've expected would happen and have happened, but all of those are things I hoped wouldn't happen. They've all come true so far. I had a gut feeling that he was going to move across the border for months now, and sure shit, he moved in first chance he got. Same reason why I'm saying, I'm speculating that the Belarusians are going to move in as well. They've recently been saying they're not going to do it, and most likely they will do it, okay? They kind of have a habit of doing that, the Russians and the Belarusians, saying they're going to do something, or saying they're not going to do something, and they end up doing it. Again, guys, continuing to get some reports together in the background here. I'm also reading comments at the same time, so bear with me as I try to kind of bring you guys updates here sporadically. Yeah, somebody said a minute ago, armed civilians won't be spared, but unarmed civilians may be spared. Well, right here is some proof of that not being true. Ukraine/Russian news: Russian soldiers have killed Ukrainian civilians and nearly all of their dogs. We've actually covered this multiple times on the show over the past week. Russian forces, when they move in, if there are animals such as dogs barking and giving away positions, they put a bullet in them right away. It's been absolutely indiscriminate on the ground how they've targeted residential and civilian populations. And so to say that giving them arms is somehow going to make that situation worse is totally false. Giving them weapons and stuff is the only way that they can defend themselves. Ronnie says, can I get a shout out to Canada? You sure can, man. To every Canadian tuning into the stream tonight, guys. You guys are awesome, eh? Absolutely awesome. Love the country of Canada. I'm not too far from you guys, so I basically feel like I am in Canada most of the time. I feel a very close tie to Canada and Canadian hockey, so thank you guys for every single one of you that are tuning in from Canada. I'm glad to have you guys here. Frederick asks, have I discussed the reported assassination attempt on Zelensky? Yes, I did talk a little bit about that yesterday. There's been multiple attempts on his life over the past week. We've been covering those. So far, all have been unsuccessful. Somebody said a Canada simp. Yeah, I'm definitely simping to Canada. If there's one country I could simp to, guys, it's Canada, okay? Nice. Got some people in here from Calgary. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Ontario, thank you for tuning in, man. Much appreciated. Yeah, to anybody that wants to send me messages or clips, you can PM those to me on Discord or mention me in like the Situation Room or something. But make sure to post what you're sending over with that. Hello from Northern Ireland. It's nice to see some Irish in here today, watching the stream. That's awesome. It's really great to hear of all you guys coming from so many different countries, backgrounds, and cultures. It's great to see that everybody's coming together here to help a good cause and to keep an eye on what's going on the ground in Ukraine. Michael J. Hout says, what blows my mind is that there was over 600 assassination attempts on Fidel Castro and never successful. Assassinations are not easy as people think. Yes, that is very true. Hello to everybody in Norway. Hello to everybody, all my friends here from down under. Thank you guys for tuning in today. I hope you guys have your Vegemite and toast this morning, because you guys will need it. Hi to everybody from Scotland. Thank you guys for tuning in. Nice to see we have so many people here from Ghana. Got some people in here from Tennessee. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Another person, Sage from Melbourne. Thank you for tuning in, man. Again, guys, I love seeing all these comments from you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Again, thank you for being part of this. Ohio checking in, Utah, Indonesia. That's awesome, you guys. Yeah, I love every single one of you guys. You're awesome. Thank you for choosing this channel here to get your news, to get filled in. Thank you again to bearing with me as I get updates together here for you guys. I do have periods of silence when I'm working in the background. I do also have kids, so I'm taking care of family stuff in the background at the same time. So I have been super busy. So if you guys send me messages or PMs or whatever, I read. Just to know, I read every single one of them. If I don't reply now, I will reply at some point. Yeah, guys, again, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm getting a report together for you guys right now And we're going to be kind of going into that over the next hour or so here. I do kind of how I've been doing it is over the course of the day. I kind of do like an hour or two section where I give a report to you guys, kind of fill you in, and then we get kind of a couple hours of silence. That guy says 60 newborn babies with mothers are stuck in Kiev underground. I am from Romania, and this is 3 hours ago news. They are there for 2 days now, need urgent milk and food. Yes, we have heard reports of some of the mothers and that have had babies actually in the metro stations. Our hearts go out to everybody that is dealing with this right now in Kiev, especially those kids, elderly, those that are in the metro stations, hunkering down. Um, they're going to get all the support that we can muster up for them. That is every attempt here we have made over the past 7 days has been to directly, if we can in any way, support the Ukrainian people through intelligence gathering, through telling people what is going on there, for showing the world what is going on there in Ukraine. All right, because again, we've talked about this. There's a lot people aren't seeing on the mainstream media. There's so much more than meets the eye to this situation. Massachusetts, Texas, everybody, again, people are just flooding the chat right now. From all these corners of the world, thank you guys for tuning in. It's awesome. Jessica, thanks for tuning in from Massachusetts. Hi from Poland, says Maru. Wow, it's awesome. Be careful, stay careful there in Poland. Everybody that is in and around, if anybody here is sharing a border with Ukraine, stay safe, guys. I wish that everybody stays safe and stay vigilant. Germany says hello too. Thank you, everybody that's tuning in from Germany. Glad to have you guys here. Slovenia, somebody said. Glad to have some Slovenians here too as well. Some English here from Warrington. Thank you, Phil, for tuning in. Much appreciated, man. It's great having every single one of you guys here. Somebody said hi from a bar in Iowa. You're watching me in a bar? Well, hello, bar in Iowa. Round is on me. Just pretend that I just bought you guys all shots. Hello from Canada. Michael J. Hout says, I've started to see some refugees trickling into Warsaw the last few days. Yes, we have seen, we've been watching footage, actually, of refugees going into Romania, refugees going into Germany, refugees going into Poland. There are refugees going everywhere right now. Hello from Denmark. Hello to you, Kenneth, from Denmark. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I'm giving like an actual physical wave with my hand here every time I address you guys. I just realized you couldn't see me, though. New Mexico here, Australia. It's awesome seeing so many people from Australia. That's awesome. Somebody said in a bar in Iowa at 7 a.m. You'd be surprised. Have the sirens sounded? Yes, we did hear reports that the sirens had been knocked offline by saboteurs earlier, but we have been hearing them occasionally. Well, I'm trying to get that. Okay, I got that audio back here for you guys. Sorry about that. So he said night shift breakfast. That makes sense. Greetings from Guatemala. Awesome to see some people down from Guatemala here. Portugal, Macedonia, North Macedonia to be precise. Arizona in the house. Frankie B, thank you for tuning in. Denver. Awesome to see some Coloradans here today. We're hearing those church bells in the background there, guys, here at 3 o'clock, which lets us know that the church is still there. Any reported attempts on Putin yet? No, I haven't heard anything about that. We have heard lots of reports of the pressure being ramped up on him by some of his higher-ups there in the Kremlin. A lot of people are speaking out against the violence that's occurring on behalf of the Russians in Ukraine. Hi from Indiana, says William. Thank you so much for tuning in from Indiana. Again, guys, North Texas. Wow, Wyoming. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much again for tuning in here today. And keep an eye on Ukraine here with me. Again, thank you for bearing with me as I sporadically give you guys updates here. Somebody asks a pretty good question. They say, in my opinion, how do you think this will conclude? In my opinion, my speculation is, at this time, is that most likely the Russians will unfortunately take Kiev. Hopefully at that time, there will be some kind of concession from the Ukrainian government. Possibly Zelensky will get out of the country. He might stand his ground and fight till the end. He seems like the type that will do that. My speculation is that most likely the resistance is going to hold out as long as it can. Unfortunately, I think the Russians are going to make a move on Kiev pretty soon. Push is coming to shove for them, and when they do that, they're probably going to try to install a Kremlin-backed government. At which time they will then say that they are pulling back out of Ukraine, and they will pull it back out of Ukraine, and then you will probably see an insurgency rise up in that area. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Again, guys, I don't like to speculate. I don't like to give my opinions about things because my opinions aren't they aren't based in ideological goals or agendas or a bias. Instead, it's based on what I'm seeing on the ground. Okay, and so when I speculate and I say these things now, and I almost sound like I think that the Russians are going to win, or is that they're somehow more powerful. It's not that. It's the fact that I'm just looking at the logistics on the ground. I'm looking at how many troops are where, what the Ukrainians have at their disposal. I mean, I totally admit that the Ukrainians are putting up a hell of a fight and will probably continue to do so. Yeah, my concern is that things are definitely going to escalate, and somebody says any possibility the Ukraine will be divided into two. Yeah, that's exactly what I was just talking about. To add to that, we could see that Kremlin-backed government put in place, but then an insurgency rise up. There's always the possibility the country could be split west to east. There's no way though that Putin would leave this without taking the southern cities, though, the southern border cities along the coast of the Black Sea. He needs those port cities. And I believe he's definitely going to hold on to those no matter what. That's why we're seeing Odessa under attack today at this very hour. Odessa is currently under attack. We are watching that unfold as we speak. Same with Mariupol. All of those port cities will definitely be taken. Yeah, I mean, I think there's no doubt about it that the Ukrainians are the underdog here. They are ill-equipped. They are undermanned. And that the Russians, are definitely, they have the upper hand here. But 100% the Ukrainians will put up a hell of a fight. And we will continue to support them in every way we can. Not only as a country, but here in our community as well. Doing everything we can to support the Ukrainian people. We've been reporting Russian troop movements. The Ukrainian Defense Ministry, they've probably gotten a pile of intel just from us. We actually had to take measures to make sure that we weren't flooding their phone lines and email lines with bad intel or spam, and duplicate intel reports. We now have a dedicated number and people that are vetted, that are relaying reports as we make them to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry. Some of those that were here for P47 will remember the work that we did for P4 along that highway that night on P47. But there's hundreds of examples of reports that we've made to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry. Tips that we've given to them. And so, I mean, that's just proof in the pudding of the power that this many people can have when we come together and put our minds together and in support of a good cause. Somebody asked how far is the convoy. It's kind of sporadic. The reports coming in on how exactly far out the convoy is. However, we do know that they're currently fighting for multiple towns in and around Kiev. Here you can see actually this is the most recent report I have. This is under an hour old here, guys. Okay, this report I'm showing you with the Google Maps here, this is under an hour old. This is probably the freshest news we have on the situation outside of Kiev. Everything you see in red in that area is basically either being contested or currently held by the Russians. The Ukrainian defense is basically telling everybody to avoid those areas, all citizens to not go near them. Leon asks a very good question. He says, if I can if I can look at here. Okay. He said, Leon says, I have a question. Why do you see much junk military Russians and a few real good trained and equipped military? Do you think do you have an explanation for that? Yes, we've talked about this on the show all week. Basically, we've talked about this on the show, and it has a lot to do with not only the hardware they're using. We talked about this. It's all the Soviet hardware that came out of those warehouses. Sorry, guys, bear with me. I'm answering other questions as I'm talking to you. So we saw the Russians for months basically emptying warehouses of old Soviet military hardware. They were getting it repaired, and they had been stockpiling it on the borders with Ukraine. Okay. Then what we saw is a call go out to all young men age 18 to 60 in eastern Ukraine and in other areas in and around the border regions. So Belarus, the Chechens got involved. The eastern Ukrainians in those rebel-held regions are the majority. And so what you're seeing, Leon, is a mix of untrained conscript forces, okay, that are basically men that have been told, okay, you guys have to fight for your country. If you don't, you're going to go to prison. You're going to go to jail. If you try to flee the country, we'll find you. You'll go to jail. And those guys are being thrown into old Soviet gear, okay, old camis. They're being thrown into old Soviet tanks, old Soviet personnel carriers, and they're being sent in to basically mop up, as cannon fodder. I know I sound like a broken record to some people that have probably been listening all day, but again, I think it's important to kind of explain this to people as they're watching. That's the reason why we're seeing a lot of these high Russian casualties and the amount of Russian hardware that's being destroyed. It's directly because of the ill-equipped forces that are being sent in, the ill-trained forces that are being sent in, and not to mention they are short on supplies. They don't have enough food, they don't have enough fuel, they don't have enough water. It's the same reason why we're seeing them do things like break into stores. We've watched videos of them looting for food and groceries. We've watched them siphoning gas out of cars. In fact, just the other night on the stream, we had a guy that was watching a camera all night, and he literally on a CCTV camera was watching the Russians go through a parking lot near an apartment complex and siphon diesel out of certain diesel cars, to put into the tank. Somebody says, so basically some of these Russian soldiers are being sacrificed and don't even know it. Exactly. That's why you're seeing so many of them throw down their weapons and give up. If you look at a lot of the videos of Russian soldiers being interviewed by Ukrainians, they're saying things like, I didn't know what I was being sent in here for. I was told to go to keep the peace. They're saying, like, I wasn't trained. I was just called up to arms a week ago, like 7 days. Some of these guys had been basically, there were some people that had no military experience in eastern Ukraine, and all of a sudden were called up to arms, right, with no training, all right, basically thrown into gear, thrown into these old tanks and personnel carriers, and sent across the border to do what they called peacekeeping operations. They were told they were being saviors, okay, of the Ukrainian people. But obviously that's not true, and the Russians, the fighters on the ground, are starting to realize this. That's why you're seeing them abandoning their posts and leaving. That's why you're seeing a lot. In fact, we watched a video just this morning on the show of a Ukrainian soldier saying on camera, he said, "I came here because I'd rather get captured as a prisoner of war with the Ukrainians than go back to Russian command." And be punished for basically leaving your post or for failing in your objective. As Leth Bacon says, very true. He says, so they're basically to bring out the Ukrainians, wear them down, they're weaponing down for the career soldiers to follow them in later. Yes, that's exactly it. Well, more specifically, it's to soak up resources that have been provided to the Ukrainians by the West. Things like those Javelin missiles, things like the Stinger missile systems, things like ammunition. Some Russian forces as well, of course, are being killed here as well. So that, don't forget that. We can't forget the losses that the Ukrainians have had. But yeah, as I said, it's mainly Yes, somebody asked. They just said that they got a P47 shirt. Thank you so much for supporting and getting a shirt. The St. Javelin shirts. There's some conflict to the intellectual property rights around St. Javelin. We were actually reached out to on the Discord from what we thought was the original artist of St. Javelin, and we were told that we had the go-ahead to make those shirts. There is another website selling those shirts already. We're not sure if it is legit or not. You guys have to be careful. There is a lot of fake. There's a lot of fake donation pages floating around. There's a lot of fake misinformation going around as for fundraisers and stuff. We've seen people, sharing all sorts of links to what they say are fundraisers, and you guys got to be really careful. Stay vigilant with that. We have links in the description below where you can directly donate to Ukraine through the Amnesty International Crisis Fund. The T-shirts, when you buy those on the store, all the money from that goes directly to that fund, the Amnesty International Fund. Some people are saying you're hearing firing. I believe we're hearing some knocking in and around that room where that camera guy is. Keep in mind we do have a hot mic open here off of cams 1 and 2, and so you might hear some bumping or some movement around as the camera operators do their work in that room. Anthony, with a really good point here, he says, a NATO military buildup in Poland is growing. Apache and Blackhawks arrived today. Looking more likely, NATO is going in, even though the Kremlin stated, again, they will nuke any country that interferes. Yeah, I don't think that is going to happen. I think what we're seeing is just a heightened readiness level in and around the NATO member states, and we've been watching that over the past week, and I believe we'll only continue to see that continue to escalate. We'll see those troop numbers continue to be built up for some time now. Somebody says try to find and replace Camp 4. Yeah, I'll replace Camp 4 here shortly. I'm still working on that. My opinion says let's do one with sunflowers. I'll definitely look at that. Yeah, that is definitely a good idea. In fact, we had some other artists reach out to us this morning, and they're working on some designs for us. Some other Ukrainian morale designs. Yeah, in fact, I showed some pictures on Subi Drift says they are seriously sending in kids to their deaths. It's so sick. Yeah. In fact, I showed you guys some pictures on the stream the other night of how young some of these kids are. I mean, they're like 18, 17, 18 being sent in here, and I mean, they're babies. They're absolute children in reality. I know back in the day, my dad was he's a Korean War vet. He went in and attempted to sign up. He went in to go enlist when he was 13 years old. He ended up enlisting, I believe, when he was 16 or 17 into the U.S. Marine Corps. So, there are young people in the military. In fact, even here in the States, the military is made up of a lot of young people, 18, 19, right? But there's definitely, I mean, the majority of the soldiers that are being sent to the front lines are these young kids, okay? They're literally like 18-year-olds. Some even at 17. Yep, I enlisted at 17, said Lowell, okay. Yep, and even here in the States, I believe you can enlist at 17. What the problem is that they're only sending in those young forces. Yeah, Nathan says some looked as young as 15 to 16, and I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, as I said, the pictures we were showing you guys last night, these kids literally looked like they probably were in high school or something. Matthew, with a really good point, he says the U.S. trains them, though, which is the difference. Yes, young people in the military over here, and I think if you saw the U.S. carrying out an invasion, you would never see it all just indiscriminately young men. You would never see it all just like the new recruits, 17, 18 years old. It would be a wide variety of military servicemen. But here we are seeing like an actual statistical majority of them are these young men. Somebody says, "Bro, you sound 20. Korean War vet. My grandpa is a Korean War vet." Yeah, my dad is really old. He's like, I believe he's 92 now, as of this year. U.S. is well trained. Currently all volunteer. Yep, it's true. I think we would definitely see a much different circumstance if it was. I mean, I guess everybody likes to make comparisons to the Iraqi invasion, but that was completely different to what is going on now. It's vastly different. As Frank says, I saw people volunteering all over the world, volunteering for the effort. Yeah, in fact, we were talking about that earlier on the stream. They've now set up an official system. If you guys want to join the fight for Ukraine, you can now apply at your local Ukrainian embassy to go and actually assist the Ukrainian Defense Forces. Boss Hog says, Semper Fi, I went in at 18 and within a year was leading convoy operations in OIF. Never imagined that life for myself at 19 to 20 years old. Sad seeing friends die for the elite. Right on, man. Right on. Thank you very much for your service. Michael J. Howe with an update from Kharkiv says, situation in Kharkiv deteriorating. Family of someone I know from there just evacuated. Indian sent out advisory to nationals to leave as well. Yep, that's just a part of that ongoing crisis in Kharkiv today. We've been definitely keeping an eye on that. So somebody said, looks like reporters just bricked modem by plugging in Lviv stream or another channel. Yeah, so we were talking about this yesterday, guys. There is an ongoing severe malware attack in Ukrainians' communications infrastructure. So they've basically they've compromised entire internet service providers and their backbone infrastructure. To the point now where if you plug in most of the commonly used modems there, they immediately are forced with a firmware upgrade, which immediately bricks the modem. We were talking about that the other night. A lot of people were giving speculation to that, but we have heard directly from people on the ground that that is what is happening. Some of the novel malware attacks we're seeing from the Russians are stuff we haven't seen ever before. And there's definitely a possibility that we'll see some of that activity here in the States. Somebody says, NEMICO Network, Cam 1 roadblock. Yeah, so this is, in Cam 1, you guys are seeing basically the way out of Kiev, or at least the city center. They have been keeping an eye on everybody that is... right here, guys, keep in mind, this checkpoint that we're watching here, this is the only point that we can safely show you guys on stream of the entire Ukrainian crisis. News agencies are broadcasting this stream right now. They've gotten the okay from the Ukrainian Defense Forces that are running this checkpoint that it is okay for us to show it, and it's the only Ukrainian troop positions you guys will ever see on this stream. Left Bacon says, hoping for a clandestine operation from outside volunteer forces to chew away at that massive convoy before it's too late. Yeah, we would hope so. Yeah, we would hope so. We're definitely going to see, some of these people that are flooding into the country to volunteer to fight. We're definitely going to see a lot more of that over the next week or so. I know people personally that are actually gearing up to go and possibly ship out to go and fight for the Ukrainian people. We had a guy in here last night. He's a British national. He already contacted his embassy, and he got everything squared away, and he's heading to Ukraine to go and to help fight. Critical says, I've been trying to sign up for the Foreign Legion on the Ukrainian website of New York City for 2 days now, and the website's been down. Cyber attacks or a lot of traffic, who knows. Yes, there has been there has been an ongoing cyber campaign, not just between the Russians and the Ukrainians, okay, but there is an elevated current cyber warfare presence that is happening on all sides of the equation right now. The amount of DDoS activity that we've seen over the past 7 days is higher than I think I've ever seen it in my life. The amount of internet services that are reporting outages and slowdowns due to cyber attacks and infiltrations is growing by the hour. We were watching. What was it? God, now I totally forgot what I was talking about. I totally got sidetracked there, guys. Yeah, totally forgot what I was saying. Well, again, yep, support for Ukraine, everybody. Somebody said supporting Ukraine from Kenya. Nice to hear that we got some people watching from Kenya. That's awesome. Again, sorry, guys, I totally lost my train of thought there. Oh yeah, we were talking about the cyber warfare that's happening right now. We've had issues, guys. Restream, the service that we are using to stream to multiple platforms, reached out to us and said they are having issues with servers. They asked us to switch our servers the other night to another one that had that was under less traffic. YouTube has been reporting their sites have had reduced service over the past week. That is a combination between influx of traffic and cyber attacks, mainly denial of service, but there also has been lots of malware attacks that have been occurring, and I think we're only going to see that continue to escalate. Lethal Bacon says, no, not civilian volunteers, more like some friendly dark ops to assist with oil changes in the convoy. Yeah, possibly. Norfolk says, I emailed the Russian army and offered my services free if they require my skills as an undertaker. Interesting, Norfolk. Well, good luck to you on that. Can you give a quick update of what's happened? I've been asleep. Yeah, we just we gave an update a few minutes ago. Basically, what you're looking at here on the the right side, is basically the most recent movements by Russian troops over the past few hours. Everything you see circled in red, everything you see in red is no-go zone to the west of Kiev right now. That's where Russians are either in contesting of territory or have gained control over territory. Along with that, Odessa is currently under siege. Kharkiv and Kherson and Mariupol are also under siege. We are keeping you guys updated as we can. Again, I mentioned this earlier. A lot of the information coming out of those cities is sporadic and, at least in the immediate sense, unverifiable. So it takes us time to get concrete information for you guys on what's going on there. As for Odessa, some people are asking about that. It looks like there's a possibility that Russians are going to launch a full-out amphibious assault on the city over the next 12 to 24 hours. There has been bombardment in the city today. We don't currently have an Odessa cam. Some people are asking for that. We don't have a cam there. We currently don't have cams in Kharkiv or Kherson either. Most of those are down. We did have one that was taking stills. Not sure what the status is on that, but it wasn't really showing anything useful last time we were looking onto those cameras. The Russians have started to make a larger effort to tear down these cameras and to track them down. I'm pretty sure this is directly because of some of the reports we've been making. A P-47, there's no way that a Russian commander didn't know about us reporting that intel on P-47, because they simultaneously took down every single cam on the highway that we had been using manually. They drove up to them. It's like they had already gotten the word from command over the radios that we were watching them, and then they simultaneously took down the cams. We saw this happen over the span of a few hours while we were monitoring and reporting their movements to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry. So yeah, guys, we will see a continuation of those cameras being taken down. So we need to definitely stay vigilant in reporting these movements, keeping an eye on other CCTV cameras, making sure that we're following along with our operational security rules that we have set in place for not reporting Ukrainian positions, or not talking about too much about the positions of our cameras and where they're at. Somebody said, why are we not hearing the bells anymore? We actually did just hear the bells a short while ago. However, the 15-minute bells are either A, too far out of the range of audio here, or they have shut them off. I have not heard the 15-minute bells today. Somebody says, stupid to go to Ukraine and fight against Russia, guarantees certain death. Well, it's already certain death for Ukrainian people, so shouldn't they deserve a helping hand? You know, the more people that go to Ukraine, the more people that stand up, the more of an even playing field it becomes. In fact, we were talking about earlier today, guys, all of the Russian hardware that has been captured by the Ukrainian military, it's in the hundreds of vehicles. We're talking hundreds of tanks, personnel carriers, trucks, supply trucks, everything. There's so many vehicles and weapons. NLAW systems, I believe those are the Russian anti-tank systems. Those have been captured by Ukrainian troops. There's been so many Russian assets that have fallen into Ukrainian hands just over the past 72 hours that I believe the Ukrainians have a more of an advantage now when it comes to tanks than they did at the start of the invasion. I believe the Ukrainians have more vehicles right now. Than they did at the start of the invasion. And we were talking about that earlier. It's because somebody said the NLAW is British. Yeah, I think you're true, actually. Whatever is the one that is Russian, the Russian anti-tank system, we've been seeing them get a hold of those Russian anti-tank rocket-mounted, shoulder-mounted anti-tank munitions, and we've seen the Ukrainians using those exact munitions right back on the Russian tanks and vehicles. Again, guys, so right back to what we were talking about, we were looking at reports earlier of just how many Russian vehicles, so tanks, BTRs, any type of personnel carriers, trucks, all that has been captured by the Ukrainians. There's a lot, hundreds of those vehicles, as I was saying, and I believe the amount they've captured outweighs the amount of vehicles that they've already lost, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody says Cornet or RPG. Yeah, it might be Cornet that I'm thinking of. Whichever one had the anti-tank capability. We've been seeing them capture and use those right back against Russian personnel. Somebody says, if Kiev is effectively encircled and supply lines are cut off, do you see any scenario where we see a Berlin airlift type of operation? I mean, possibly. I guess there's always the possibility that they could open up like a convoy route to allow people to escape. There is always the possibility that, an evacuation team could be sent in by another country to get at least Zelensky out. I don't really know, though. It's kind of hard to tell at this point. The situation is evolving by the minute. Nathan says they have captured Russian AA systems and turned them back on the Russians. I also heard a couple reports that that was a possibility. Susie says you don't get to fight unless you have if you don't have war experience. I have heard people that are in that were in ROTC. There's some people that are in some militia forces in some countries that are being accepted in. So you don't just necessarily need full military experience. In fact, I'm pretty sure if you talk to the right person, and if you had all the proper clearance and gear, they'll use every hand they can get. As you said, every man 18 to 60 is fighting for his country in Ukraine right now. So. Philip, thank you so much for tuning in from Denmark, man. Thank you for those kind words. Somebody said that Forte 10 is still up. If that's true, I'm going to get that up on the screen here. Somebody says there's a rumor floating around in a photo of one of the Russian ships in Odessa on fire. We'll have to definitely take a look at that here. I'll keep you guys updated on everything that's happening in Odessa here shortly. Chris, I'll definitely take a look at that post. If it's about Anonymous, we've probably already seen that post 100 times. Again, we've been covering like the situation between Anonymous and the ongoing cyber attacks that they are undertaking against Russia. I'm hearing what sounds like hopefully a vehicle, but might be a jet or something above Kiev at this time. Not sure exactly what we're hearing though. Yeah, I hear a jet flying over as well. I'm not sure if that is. Yep, we're hearing air raid sirens here again, guys. I'm going to go quiet. We're going to listen in here to Kiev. We're hearing not only what sounds to be a jet flying over, but also an air raid siren now sounding here in the capital of Ukraine. So again, guys, we were just hearing some sirens there again on the half-hour mark, which is interesting because traditionally over the past week they've been on the hour mark every about 2 or 3 hours, and yeah, we've been hearing them sporadically, kind of on the half hour. Definitely an aircraft I'm hearing. For those of you wondering which cams have sound, it's cam 1 and 2 that currently have sound. So yeah, it does look like we were hearing multiple jets there on Cam 1's audio after the siren. Not sure if they're still in the airspace or not, but yeah, we definitely could hear an air presence there. I'm not sure if it's the Russians or if that's Ukrainian defenses. It could be cars, because we were hearing that the other day, but man, for a second there, it really sounded like a jet. It's really hard to tell, but we're going to keep listening in.
Again, guys, I'm here. We are still continuing to keep an eye on what's going on in and around Kiev. Again, I'm getting an update ready for you guys. For everybody that's just tuning in this morning, again, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for having us here. Thank you for joining us here, as I said, I'm working in the background here to give you guys some updates on, again, not only what's unfolding in and around Kiev, but Odessa, Kharkiv, and Kherson, and Mariupol. All of those cities are currently under siege at this time by Russian forces. There's been multiple strikes on both government and residential targets in those cities. We're also watching our Global Hawk, Forte 10, up in the air above Romania right now at this moment. We are currently keeping an eye on not only Forte 10, but other aircraft of interest in the region. I'll be bringing you guys updates on those over the course of the day. Again, thank you guys so much for tuning in and the words of support. It's highly appreciated. There's links to everything you guys can find down in the description below. Again, guys, sorry about the silence here and lack of reporting. Again, I'm trying to do it kind of spaced out. I kind of spent an hour working in the background here, trying to interact with the community on the Discord server, get updates out to you guys, trying to get information, vetted that's coming out of Ukraine from on the ground. We want to make sure that we're giving you guys good, valid information. So I said in your next update, can you touch on Lukashenko's appearance today in front of what appears to be an invasion map? Yeah, we've talked about that a little bit ago. I will go into more detail on that. Chip, thank you so much for tuning in again, man. It's great to see so many familiar faces here today, guys, tuning in and hanging out with us, keeping an eye on what's going on the ground here. Again, yeah, I'm just working in the background as we are listening to the audio above Kiev and keeping an eye on what's going on the ground in Kiev. So earlier today there was reports that the air raid sirens were out for about an hour or two. They ended up getting those back up online. We just heard them again just a short while ago. Usually they've been going off on the hour. Today they've been going off on about the half hour. So it's a little bit different here today, but we're definitely seeing not only a buildup of troops continuously on the outskirts of Kiev, like we have been for about the past 2 days or so, but we're seeing further escalations in the other cities here, Kharkiv, Kherson, Odessa, and Mariupol. We're talking about the possibility of a naval attack on Odessa that could possibly be happening as we speak. We're getting reports that there possibly was some naval shelling that happened in and around Odessa, but we still don't have concrete information, and I want to make sure I got all my bases covered before I bring you guys a report. I'll be popping in and out here over the course of the next hour or so to answer some questions I see and to talk to you guys here and there. Yeah, I'll be working on this update here, and I'll be back with you guys shortly.
Again, it looks like we lost some sound there, possibly off of our Kiev primary camera. Currently trying to see if I can get that back for you guys. It might return on its own. We do have another line of audio here I could fall back on if need be. I believe it's already playing for you guys, actually, just really low. Yes, that's not gonna work. Okay, here we go. Got some audio here for you guys.
So guys, I was informed that we actually just surpassed 50,000 subscribers on YouTube just now at this very moment in time. Again, I want to give just a huge shout out to every single person that has tuned in, every single person that has contributed to the community, every single person that has donated to Ukraine, everybody that has helped out in any way. You guys are awesome. It's because of you that we're able to accomplish what we're accomplishing here. Again, there's links if you guys want to join the Discord. There's a server in the link in the description below. Again, guys, thank you so much for the support. It means a ton to me. I'm working in the background here again to get you guys another hour or so of updates together here. Somebody said cat reveal. Yeah, possibly. We'll have to arrange for that. Again, I would like to just personally thank every single one of you guys that are sitting at home or at work or wherever you may be, watching and tuning in, listening along to this stream. Thank you guys so much. It really means a lot to me. I've been working on YouTube for almost 10 years, actually over 10 years now. To hit this milestone finally is a massive accomplishment, not only for me, but for our entire community that we have been working hard every day to bring to you guys. Again, just thank you to everybody. And if you guys need anything, you can PM me on Discord. Every single person that sends me a message, I read them all. I will eventually reply to them all, every single one of you. Again, if you guys need any sort of questions, or if you guys have any sort of Possum, thank you for tuning in, man. Glad to see you tuning in again. Much appreciated. Possum at work. That sounds good. Jaden, I'll look into that ban appeal. Thank you so much, man, for sending that over to me. Again, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here shortly with another round of updates.
Birkaç kişilere telefonu yap. Tamam, tamam. Telefonunu yan çek ama abi, yan çek. Yani böyle yan tut telefonunu çekerken. Tamam mı? Ben yapacağım abi. Aynen. WhatsApp'tan rahat bana görüntülüyor. Başka? Allah Allah. Abi bakın. Şimdi vakit kaybetmeyelim. Siz bunların bana videosunu çekin. Bak bir arkadaşla konuş, bir tırları çek. WhatsApp'tan videosunu at. Tamam. Abi bak, konuşurken özellikle kardeşlerini biliyor musun? Yerine gireceğim. Ağzını açtım. Üç dört tane arkadaşla konuş. 12 günde buradayız. Bakın, buradaki yakın abi. Bak, şu işte röportaj dünya çekiminin 12 gün üstüne Türklerin hepsi Türklerin buradan bırakmıyorlar. Adeta burada eğitimci kaldık. İşlemlerimizi yapmıyorlar. Çıkarsanız, hareket ederseniz ateş edin istiyorlar. Bunları 3-4 kişiye söyledim. Bir de videonun videolarını çekip hemen bana yapın. Hemen haberini yapsın. Önüne gideceğim çünkü fazla vaktim yok. Abi keşke öyle bir gücüm olsa bak. Konuşarak vakit kaybediyoruz. Sen hemen videoları çeker sonra haberini yaptık mı gündeme getireceğim. Tamam. Tamam abi sen gönder bana videoları. Ya Serdar abi tamam diyorum yapacağım diyorum. Videoları gönder bana. Tamam. Yandaki abiye şey de yaptı. Nerede olduğumuzu zaman yaptıktan falan da benim özellikle abi röportajlarda. Tamam. Video diyorum ben abi. Tamamdır abi. Tamam. Siz bana gönderin abi. Siz bana gönderin, ben ajanslara da servis edeyim. Gönderin bana. Allah'a emanet olun, kendinize iyi bakın. Abi sen, ya tamam dedim, gidip gönder, alabilirim, ben sana birisini yapacağım. Hadi bekliyorum abi. Abi yayına gideceğim, kapatmak zorundayım. Kendinize iyi bakın abi. ¿ok? ¿Conmigo o por así? Estoy viendo ahí la lista magnífica. Está justamente en el lugar opuesto a la que Ucrania, famoso sede de la KGB, sede de los servicios secretos, donde en estos momentos estaría repleto de los mejores snipers o grupos de élite de las fuerzas ucranianas que defenderían esa área, según se está comentando acá, metro a metro, por todos los callejones ahí entre medio, aparentemente un lugar sumamente secreto, y no recomiendan a nadie caminar hacia ese sector si no quieren encontrarse con el problemita que tuve hace un rato.
In order to facilitate this, we have sent a liaison officer to Poland. We have set up a logistic bubble in Poland and in order to facilitate these supplies.
I have cooperated. I have talked to Africans and Indians who both said, they said that they were being pushed off trains, that they were being left behind. These are women and children from places like Cameroon, and they said they were having a very difficult time just during the war, not before. They were treated wonderfully in Ukraine, but during this time of war, they were not being treated fairly and they were being discriminated. So what would you say to them? How do you fix it?
Any discrimination fleeing the conflict. The basis of any personal characteristic, including citizenship or skin color, is completely unacceptable and should never take place. All people who are fleeing the conflict are entitled to international.
Sorry guys, I went ahead and I fixed that audio for you here. The cam 4 looks like it switched over to a news broadcast there. It should be going back to our Kiev cam here shortly. If not, we will have to switch that out for you. Again, thank you for everybody that's tuning in. It's currently about 10 a.m. here my time, about 5 o'clock p.m. Kiev time. To everybody in the U.S., good morning. To everybody in the Europe, good afternoon. Thank you so much for tuning in again. Yeah, currently it looks like 3 and 2 are the same cams. That one does switch over, this top one. I'm going to get these swapped out of cam 4 and 5. I'll probably get another one for cam 3 here too, so stand by for that. If anybody has any other Kiev cams they want to throw into the ringer that think they might be good, send them over and I will take a look at it.
Sì, poi non farà. Görüşmelerin görüşmeler ve İngilizler'de Cumhurbaşkanı ofisinden bir açıklama gelmesiyle başlayalım. Bu akşam görüşmenin Belarus sınırında gerçekleşmeye açıklanma akşamında aldı. Biz de
Los vehículos que están siendo detenidos allá al fondo,
bir diğer konularda yine
hemos escuchado sirenas entre medio de la
geldi. Onlar da
hacían la pausa. Cientos de autos, no las sirenas de los bombardeos. Por supuesto, es uno de los límites.
İlerlediği paylaşılmıştı. Yağmurluğunda yaklaşık Kiev şehir merkezi 1 kilometrelik mesafe kaldığını söyleyebiliriz. Avrupa baskıları geçirmesinden sonra birliklerin Kiev'e doğru
Que el catolicismo ortodoxo, hay que recordar que los ortodoxos se separaron dos grandes corrientes espirituales que son el catolicismo y el cristianismo ortodoxo. El catolicismo con aproximadamente unos 1.300 millones de fieles, los ortodoxos aproximadamente 250 millones. Si consideramos Rusia, Serbia, Grecia, Ucrania y otros países en la órbita
çalışmalarını söyleyebilirim. Onların safhası vardı. Kiev çevresinde şu anda televizyon yayınları sağlıklı bir şekilde yayınlanıyor, yapılamıyor. Tabii gerginlik var. Herkes söylediği özellikle Türkiye'ye yaklaşanların bir kere bir sınıf halkı da kendileri sokaklardaki insan sayısı çok güçlü olduğunu söyleyebiliriz. Özellikle az önce bahsettiğimiz ciddi anlamda insan sayısı azaldığını sokaklara sadece markete gidenlerin olduğunu gözlemliyoruz burada. Çünkü evlerini sadece boşalıyorlar insanlar sokaklarda duruyorlar. Askerler belirli önemli noktalarda yollara toprak yaptırılması barikatları kaldırarak bu noktada güvenlik önlemlerini arttırdı. Görüşmeler akşam saatlerinde olacak. Yani Kıyafet Cumhurbaşkanlığı basın ofisi tarafından. Şimdi özel bir toplantıya çıktığımız heyeti şu anda bölgeye ulaştığı misafirce paylaşıldı ve biz de burada kıymetli olarak kameraman arkadaşım Hakan Kul'la birlikte gelişmeleri takip ediyoruz. Umudumuz o ki inşallah bu noktada olumlu bir gelişme yaşanır. Çünkü çatışmalar bitsin en azından. Bu noktada Zelenski'nin de bir paylaşımı oldu sosyal medyadan. Çatışmalar durmadan bu görüşmeleri yapmak anlamsız gibi bir cümle kullandı Zelenski. Oldukça doğru. Harkiv'de Odessa'nın hemen alt taraflarında ciddi çatışmalar var. Yine Harkiv'de ciddi roket ve füze atışları var. Bugün sadece Kharkiv'de 24 kişinin öldüğü bilgisi var. Ukrayna'nın resmi açıklamasına göre şu ana kadar ölen sivil sayısı 2000 olarak açıklandığına başlıyor. Oldukça büyük bir rakam ve tabi burada evlerini, işyerlerini, bütün hayatlarını terk edip yakın ülkelere kaçan vatandaşlar da var, Ukrayna vatandaşları var. Oldukça üzüntü verici olaylar yaşanıyor. Bunun da bir an önce son bulması dileğiyle bu akşamki toplantıda inşallah uyumlu bir sonuç çıkar, en azından bu çatışmalar durur. Biz benim milletvekili olarak Hakan Kuz'la birlikte bu haber takibimizi sürdürüyoruz. Yeni bilgiler, yeni görüntüleri yaptıkça sizlere aktarmaya devam edeceğiz.
Ajá, Antonito. Sí, pues por buen amigo. Un abrazo. estamos justamente en lo que es una vista general del epicentro del movimiento de Maidán, este movimiento pro Comunidad Europea. Al fondo está un símbolo de la arquitectura bolchevique, que son muy característicos. Es el Hotel Ucrania, donde estaba funcionando toda la prensa hasta hace unos años. Ahí funcionaban también muchas administraciones oficiales, fue el lugar de varios ministerios. Y hoy día, y también antes fue la sede de la KGB, por lo tanto tiene un pasado glorioso. Se dice que ahora lo van a defender palmo a palmo, es un símbolo de Ucrania. Y también vemos por otros lados los edificios que son el símbolo de lo que es el poder administrativo. Atrás, allá, al ladito de allá está el Parlamento. No se ve muy bien de acá, es el Parlamento de Ucrania. Pero en realidad nos encontramos realmente en el centro. Ahora, francotiradores, bueno, en estos momentos serían ucranianos, porque este sector obviamente está controlado por las fuerzas del gobierno, todo esto de gobierno. Aquí abajo están militares, en todas las esquinas, abajo del metro también, muchísimos, allá al otro lado también, al frente, en el hotel serían fuerzas de élite ucranianas también, porque el hotel le da muy buena posibilidad de ver si las fuerzas rusas van a llegar a este lugar. Es más o menos la estructura. Ahora, nosotros ya estábamos del otro lado, ahora estamos en una... Bueno, yo les pregunto, no sé qué les pasó a ustedes, porque yo además hice algo de dejar el micrófono abierto cuando ellos vinieron, para que ustedes escucharan todo y no solo ese audio. Pero bueno, si quieren lo van a encontrar o lo perdimos, pero fue un audio muy interesante porque la conversación continuó.
three panelists, distinguished panelists, who will make brief remarks before we open the floor for questions. Thanks very much for your patience and waiting on us as the plenary concluded. We have Mr. Espen Barth Eide, Minister of Climate and the Environment for Norway and the outgoing President of the UN Environment Assembly. We have Ms. Inge Andersen, Executive Director of the UN Environment Programme. And we have Ms. Leila Ben-Ali, incoming President of the UN Environment Assembly, UNEA 6, and Morocco's Minister of Energy, Transition and Sustainable Development. My name is Keisha Rukikaire, and I will be your moderator. Good evening, everyone, and a very warm welcome. We have media colleagues here in person and online. And following the remarks by our panel, we'll take the questions. We'll take both Zoom and online. It's a pleasure to host these things when we have some good news to announce as soon as possible. Today we have three panelists, distinguished panelists. With that, I will give you the floor, Mr. Eide, to make some remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Keisha Massa. I am honored to share with you that I believe it is absolutely worth it to say that today we wrote history. Those are not words that should be used lightly, and in principle it's only when history looks back that you know when history was written, but I think it's fair to say that what we did today was to bring nature into the room, and we managed to achieve no less than 14 substantive resolutions, a ministerial declaration, a formal decision, and a political declaration that were all adopted unanimously today. This is a tribute to the ability to come together, to the strength of the United Nations, to the strength of multilateralism, and I would particularly highlight the fact that this happens at a particularly dramatic time in our modern history. In my view, the backdrop that we have from the conflict around Ukraine almost work to galvanize us here to say we really need to demonstrate that something works in this world, that multilateralism is meaningful, that we can actually use our national sovereignties to work together for the greater good, as long as there are people of goodwill who come together to do exactly that. And that's what we had here. I don't want to present is meaningful, that we can actually use our national sovereignties to work together for the greater good, as long as there are people of goodwill who come together to do exactly that. And that's what we had here. I don't want to present
focus on cybersecurity has put us in a better.
So it looks like all of our feeds and audio are just totally disintegrating over here. Yeah, not exactly sure what's going on with that, but I'm trying to fix it at the moment, guys. All of our audio feeds and all of our camera feeds have just simultaneously went potato on us. Okay, I think I got audio back there. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the Biden, with the President Biden window down there in Cam 4. Not exactly entirely sure. I'm gonna get this one refreshed for you. Put this back up on screen here. Get this one refreshed. So that's the one with President Biden on it. Not exactly sure what is going on there. I'll get that back down there, but yeah, we don't even have any. I don't think we even have audio from that, no. And it does look to be down as well, so I'm going to remove that out of there. And this one's also down, garbage. Let's get that out of there. Our Fox feed is still up. The other feed from the other building is up as well. Okay, let's see if we can get some of those other angles back for us here. Put this down here for now. Yeah, simultaneously, all of our feeds just went 100% potato. Not exactly sure why or what caused that, but I'm going to make sure to get some them back here for you. Okay, so it looks like we have audio here. Okay, so we have this feed back up here. Let's get this one back up on screen. I'm going to put that down here in camera 3. There we go there. So that looks to be about as good as we're going to get for now. Try to shrink this one back down. Put this over here, like this. Now it looks better like that. Okay, cam 1 and 5 are the same right now, guys, but I'll get that updated here in a second. Cam 4 is out of Nova Kharkova, so I'm going to get that updated now for you as well. So I got the background sound, got the background noise coming out of Kiev here from cam 1 and 2. Again, guys, we might be hearing some pops and clicks from... Let's see if I can try to locate that. I just want to make sure that that's taken care of. Yeah, this one is also offline, I think. Let's go ahead and refresh that. Yeah, that's offline. Let's get that out of there. I think it's this one that was making the pops. So I went ahead and updated that. Nope, it's not. So that one has that audio. I wonder if this is better. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead. We're going to use this audio here coming out of Fox. It does sound a little staticky. Actually, this one's pretty good here. Okay, I'll see if... No, wait, that's the one with the pops, okay. Okay, yep, we do have... Is this one... This one also the one with the pops. Okay, so the one you guys are hearing with, like, the pops in the background is our audio that's coming from the square. And so we kind of got to keep that up when we're going to listen for shots and stuff. I think it's something flapping either against the camera around the camera, not exactly sure. As you guys can see here, it is getting dark in Kiev. This top one here, guys. Okay, so this one here is the Fox feed. The exposure is ramped up on that one as well as this one. The exposure on this one is ramped way down, so that's why these two cams look darker than each other. But keep in mind that they are all synced. They all are on the same time. Soon you'll see both this one and this one get darker as well as night falls here over Kiev. We're going to keep a close eye on things. I'm standing by here in the background, guys. Currently around 5:47 p.m. I can't believe it's already 6 o'clock in Kiev right now. It's crazy how fast the day has gone by. Also, it looks like Cam 1 just switched over to the other feed, so that looks good. We're going to keep an eye on this for you guys. Yep, there is a lot of white noise on the audio. I guess we'll just keep with this one. So as they do move the cameras around, we might hear some popping noises and stuff. Okay. about the best I can do for now, guys. Again, I'm here in the background doing some work, and I will be getting a report for you guys ready here shortly. Almost 6 o'clock p.m. here, expecting this to be a pretty eventful night in Kiev. We're going to get some updates here ready for you guys over the next half hour. For those asking, yes, Camera 1 is a checkpoint. The news crew that is filming this area has talked to that checkpoint there. They know that there's a camera on them. It's a secure location for the most part. It's not of any concern to those Ukrainian Defense Forces at this time. I think it's actually just city workers that we're seeing doing that checkpoint there. I don't believe those are actually militia. They're basically just directing people. This is basically one of the main sources of traffic here in the city. They might also be screening for Russian saboteurs. However, they don't look very armed. We've been keeping an eye on them for a while. We were informed early on that that camera was, that they knew that they were being filmed. The entire square is lit up with cameras. There's hundreds of news teams there on the ground. Just to keep in mind, guys, we have been making a large effort to keep Ukrainian troop positions concealed. We haven't given out or reported on any of that type of information, so just keep that in mind. We're definitely keeping operational security in mind for the Ukrainian Defense Forces at all times.
So, guys, I've been informed here that while I was away, one of our camera feeds, I think it's Cam 3, feed 3. Not sure if it's this key feed 3, but yeah, yes. Okay, so 69K was watching the stream closely. Yeah, one of these feeds is coming from a private YouTube channel, and we think it's not a dependable feed at all. We definitely think it's been compromised. And look, it keeps... Okay, so I think this is the same one, yeah. Alright, so 69K says that not only were there messages appearing on the cam, which I saw, but that some people are saying that it's looped footage. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to swap that one out just to be sure. Just to make sure that we got... Yeah, let's get rid of this one. I think it's this one. Hold on, let me find out. Which one is it? Let's make sure it's that one. Nope, that is the AP feed. Let me see here. Washington Post feed. I believe it's this one. Yep, it is that one. Okay. So that one is not a good feed. That is not a solid feed. Let's switch over to another one for that feed there. This is our Fox and Friends feed. I say Fox and Friends, but it's Fox News. I believe that's the feed coming out of their bureau. Let me go ahead and refresh that quick, make sure that's current. That's this one. Yeah, actually, wait. Okay, let's get this one refreshed too. Just want to make sure that all these feeds are lined up, and that the audio is current coming out of them, and that our feeds are all current. This is Nova Kharkova down here, guys. Again, let's refresh that just to make sure that is up and operational. A lot of these feeds in Nova have been just kind of going offline, coming back online, going offline. The connection is very inconsistent in those areas. Yeah, Cam 1 is a very scenic view here. Definitely one of the best cameras I think we've had so far. In the daytime, it looks just as good. It's a much wider view. Before we had a view up here on this hotel, I think that is over there in the background, but you couldn't see nearly as much as what you can see here. Okay, so we got that situated. This is the Washington Post feed. I just want to get that refreshed as well. So it's so dark you can't even see anything in it, guys. But there is actually a feed coming through here. It's just they got the exposure ramped down so much on that camera, and I'm unable to change that on my end here, unfortunately. But we're going to keep that here in Cam 3, or maybe, you know what, I'll put that in Cam 5. If you see flashes or anything, like if there's like any type of lights or explosions, we'll be able to see those in Cam 5 coming from that angle. It's the same angle as this, just slightly different. It's coming from a different camera. They got the exposure pretty ramped up on it, or pretty ramped down, I mean. Alright, so now we're going to populate these two here. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that one's not gonna work. We're gonna need a better one. A lot of our feeds have just basically gone to shit over the past 12 hours or so, 12 to 24 hours. So here's this one. Now let's try this one. This is the CNN feed, I believe. Yeah, that's the CNN feed, and they've cut over to something going on here, but I'm going to put that up there. So we got that one in Cam slot 5. We'll keep an eye on what that's all about. In the meantime, I'm going to try to get some other... excuse me, other feeds here for you.
Yeah, so I mean, there has been like, and I've been talking about that. Talking about this. There's been a lot of fake video feeds going up, and as we've lost feeds, we've needed to like adapt and use different platforms and different means to looking for feeds. And problem with that is that now that we've lost a bunch of feeds, there's been a bunch of fake feeds going up. People just trying to get viewers off of fake air raid siren feeds. We've seen a lot of that actually. It's really easy to tell when you're watching a fake feed, because if you look at our feed, you'll notice that when we have our stuff up, it's all synchronized. We get everything synchronized for you. Now, of course, so this is by the golden domed cathedral, facing away from what we're seeing here. It's not near this exact area. It's a little bit farther away in the city, but if you do look closely on this cam, you can see kind of the orange glow from the city lights in the skies. It's very lit up here. This new camera angle is very bright because it's, of course, in the square here, and they have it all lit up with these reddish-orange lights. The city has been in blackout for about 5 days now or so. At first they weren't. First they were keeping some lights on. Now they're turning most of them off. Let's see here. Yeah, a lot of these are out of Nova Kharkova. I think there's only 2 active cams right now. Yeah, I think there's only 2 active cams right now, guys. 2 active feeds, sorry, coming out of Kiev. It's the top feed, top left and top right. So cam 1 and cam 2 are our only 2 solid feeds. Every other feed online right now of Kiev is either Lviv, which we have here. It looks like they're about to do a broadcast there from Lviv. So we'll put that on just for a second here. Yeah, they're either Lviv pretending to be Kharkiv or Nova Kharkova pretending to be Kiev. Or sorry, it's either Lviv pretending to be Kiev or Nova Kharkova pretending to be Kiev. I've noticed in all of these streams. In fact, earlier we had this feed up. I thought it was Kiev. This is a Lviv feed, so that's why I ended up replacing this. They had it labeled as a Kiev feed, and it looked very similar to some of the other buildings in the area, and the timestamp matched up and everything. The audio even seemed like it matched up, but it turned out that this was actually Lviv. I believe we had a camera crew that was in Kiev the other day, but is now moved to Lviv. We're going to listen into what this reporter says as I'm looking for other feeds here. I got a couple Nova feeds coming out of Nova Kharkova. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right again. But I'm going to try to get one of those up on screen for you, if they will, if they'll behave. This one here is in Crimea. We've been watching this one. This is on a hydroelectric dam near Crimea. This is en route to Kherson. Not in Kherson, but en route to Kherson. Can't really see much of that, but I'm just going to keep that in the background. For the daytime tomorrow, it'll be good. It'll be a good camera to get some eyes on in that area. All right, what's this here? So yeah, so people are talking about IP cams. Yeah, we have actually resorted to like using things like Google Dorks and stuff now to start looking for some harder to find cams in and around Ukraine. There's literally been like none. There's been no actual dependable cameras coming out of Kiev though. I think it's probably because a lot of places have lost internet connectivity. We were talking last night about the ongoing cyber attacks in Ukraine and the malware which has been unleashed on Ukraine's internet infrastructure. In fact, the other night we were listening into a reporter basically telling his fellow reporter, don't plug the modem in, you'll brick it. Don't plug the modem in, you can't do that. It'll totally brick your modem. So that's interesting. It's that urgent there. You can't even plug your modem in. Otherwise, it could be compromised. Okay, so here I got this Nova cam back up here. In fact, I'll just put this down here over this one since I believe I already had it labeled Nova Kharkova anyway. Oh, let's get that one out of there. Put that in the back for later. Lots of reports claiming YouTube DOS attacks. Yeah, in fact, so a couple days ago I was having issues that were reported to line issues in my area, but during that whole fiasco, I was talking to people that work for Restream, the service that allows that I'm using now that allows me to stream to both YouTube and Twitch, and they were reporting issues on multiple of their servers that night, and they had actually reached out to me recommending that I switch to another server that was operational at the time. The other ones were going to be taken down for maintenance temporarily, and I believe it was a couple days later, probably like a day or two later, I saw reports come out that said that not only Restream was having issues, but YouTube and Google services were having some issues. Facebook was having issues. There's been Cloudflare reported some issues at one point. There was possibly attacks on DNS infrastructure, and these are ongoing problems. But yeah, it's definitely been a very eventful week in the cyber world, that is for sure. So John Redcorn with some insightful information here. He's been sending me over some reports all day, things that he's been noticing. It was really quiet earlier today. He says his speculation. This is just speculation on one of our Discord intel analysts who's been pretty consistent. He says, I think they're going to start leveling cities tonight by looking at what other embassies of countries friendly to Russia are telling their people in Ukraine to do. Earlier today we saw India, so there's been an agreement with India and Russia basically to give a 6-hour window for allowing safe passage to all Indians in Kharkiv before an all-out assault begins on the city of Kharkiv. So I think we might also see similar activity here in Kiev. That's my guess. We're going to keep an eye on things. I'm still waiting for this reporter here to possibly come on the air. I think she's a BBC reporter, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that. We'll wait and see here. Yeah, Baxar. Yeah, I wasn't speaking about that footage. Yeah, I know that one isn't looped. Yeah, that's from AP. Yeah, I was speaking of another feed that was in that slot that turned out to be inconsistent, and so we removed that feed from the layout. As I said, it's a constant battle keeping good cameras up on screen and keeping good feeds up on screen for people. In fact, I'm still actually... I've been looking through here on our Ukraine Cams channel here for another good one to replace that with. So apparently this is actually a feed from the church in the middle of Kiev right now. There is audio coming from it. You guys might have just heard a little bit of that, of the prayers being given there, the kind of like chanting. I'm not exactly sure what religion or church this is, but we got a feed coming from inside a church in Kiev. I am definitely not going to keep that as our primary feed, though. I will try to find another one here Yeah, I'll try to find another one here to put there. Too bad that checkpoint feed isn't live anymore. They took that down at nighttime. I guess, you know, the fidelity of our, the sheer fidelity of our top feed we're getting from Associated Press, the feed in Cam 1 there, beats out all other feeds that I have on screen right now. I mean, what a view we have on Cam feed 1 right now. Yeah, we have people looking for other feeds right now. That somebody just sent me the one in the cathedral. We have people looking for some other feeds, trying to source them in Kiev right now. But we're going through and like vetting every feed we get to make sure that it is real time, make sure that it is current and correct, to make sure we don't get any fake live feeds up on the screen. Looks like I got to refresh my. Yeah, there we go. The Twitter feed wasn't moving. I'll replace that soon, guys. I just haven't got around to it. I'm going to be very soon. I'll be kind of redoing the layout. Our layout guy went and made up Gerald Sam, I believe his name is. Thank you again, Gerald Sam. He made us up a new layout so we can take the clock, get the clock out of the way for you guys. So we'll be doing that, as well as probably replacing the Twitter feed with market data and audio data. So,
Jerry got a very nice shout out on our Facebook.
Yeah, so we're getting like a million random audio streams here.
Do you want us to do something now, or like where we're standing? Okay.
Okay, these audio feeds you guys were getting, they are hot mics from that Associated Press cam.
Ukrainian citizens have been killed, not soldiers, just ordinary citizens.
It's going to be absolutely chaos to listen to these, but we're going to do it anyway. Okay, this is actual audio. Yeah, okay. All right, so that's confirmed. We need to get this taken care of, though. So the India, so basically the Indian government has put out an advisory. I'm reading here. It says, urgent advisory to all Indian nationals in Kharkiv for their safety and security. They must leave Kharkiv immediately. Proceed to Pesoshin, Babaye, and the Bezel Yudovka. As soon as, under all circumstances, they must reach these settlements by 1800 hours Ukrainian time today. So that is, yeah, again, that's consistent with the other reports we've seen that they are allowing all of the Indian nationals to get out.
Good morning, everyone. This is a time to celebrate the passage of ending forced arbitration.
Okay, we're getting a bunch of audio there. I'm going to mute those.
Act, a bipartisan victory, justice, and freedom. And I want to salute
yeah,
Congresswoman Shirley Booth for her tremendous leadership, co-chair
Yeah,
of the Steering Policy Committee. Just
okay, so I got that muted. And now I'll take this. Okay, this one's better. This is audio near the square coming from that top feed, cam 2.
That you've seen the fiercest fighting.
Okay, yeah, that one we don't want. This one also looks like it might be good. All right, I'll keep, actually, yeah, no. This one, that's not good. Let's get that out of there. That's an old one. Oh, here we go. No, let's just get the, let's just get the AP audio up. In fact, I'm going to put this right, actually, I think that's fine. Let's refresh. Let's get this one refreshed. That one. Let's get this one back up. So that explains why we were hearing Nancy Pelosi in the background. Okay, so this is that other feed we were watching out of Lviv. Okay, I'm going to refresh our Kiev church feed. Looks like the lights have gone dark in there now. Okay, this is the one. Okay. All right, there we go. Yeah, let's get this one current. All right. So now, if I turn up the audio on this feed, this is the pure audio coming out of the square. So you guys see, actually you don't see, I don't even have it up. 1 second, let me put it on there. Here we go, guys. Okay, so now you see cam 1 here. The feed coming out of cam 1 is the audio coming out of cam 1. Okay, so the audio is coming out of cam 1 here. We have a little bit of audio coming out of cam 2, which is nearby. I think they're within blocks, I'm pretty sure, of each other. And this is a Lviv cam. This is a Nova Kharkova cam. This is inside a church in Kiev. This is a kind of a useful camera. I'll replace this one. Just give me time. So this is Kherson, you guys. Right here, Kherson. This one, Cam 3. Except, yeah, this camera's no good. If it's going to do that all night, we're going to have issues. Again, thank you to everybody that's sending over camera streams. Thank you so much for those. So it is a CNN Lviv reporter that we saw there on cam 5, and underneath it we have another feed that we might be able to fall back on later. Okay, so we have all cams up now and labeled. Let me get this one properly oriented here. Okay.
obligate these parties to resort to negotiations in a manner to cease hostilities and prepare the way for finding permanent solution. Given the fact that international peace and security are a whole, Tunisia calls for dealing with all just questions in one standard so that peoples can regain their legitimate rights in accordance with international legitimacy to build a more stable, more peaceful world. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Tunisia, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Rwanda.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Mr. President, Rwanda takes the floor to explain its position on the vote we just cast. Rwanda voted in favor of this resolution to firmly support that sovereignty, independence, and interior integrity of any country must be respected. We supported this resolution to reaffirm our commitment to the Charter of the United Nations. Mr. President, military escalation should cease immediately and go for peaceful settlement of the crisis. The Russian Federation and Ukraine have the key to resolve this conflict. The external intervention will only worsen the situation. Mr. President, we fully support international efforts to de-escalate the war, including the efforts of the Secretary General in solving the crisis. We urge all concerned parties to demonstrate calm and seek a solution to the conflict through dialogue to ensure that civilians do not continue to pay the heaviest price. A lasting solution, Mr. President, will only be achieved through dialogue by both parties, taking into account the concerns of both sides. The current war does not guarantee that it will bring peace. Instead, it's likely to generate subsequent crises and human suffering. Rwanda also expresses serious concern with the extent of humanitarian devastation and peace and security challenges caused by the conflict. We are also concerned by the reports that Africans are being racially segregated and denied safe exit and admission to neighboring countries. We call on all those who are involved to allow unhindered evacuation without looking at the color of origin of anyone. Mr. President, the founding principles of the United Nations Charter is to live peacefully with each other, uphold the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states while considering the security interests of other countries. Diplomatic options present the better solution to the sustainable peace. We call for open dialogue and negotiations in good faith. Finally, Mr. President, Rwanda calls for a sincere commitment to the United Nations Charter and international order. The ongoing crisis poses a severe threat to international peace and security. We encourage concerned parties to give a chance to peace. We wish to underline that a long-lasting solution to the current crisis primarily lands and is in the hands of both Ukraine and the Russian Federation. Dialogue is the only option to resolve the current crisis. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Rwanda, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of China.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there continues to be dramatic changes of the situation in Ukraine. What is now unfolding is indeed heart-wrenching. China's basic position on the Ukraine issue is consistent and unequivocal. We always believe that all countries' sovereignty and territorial integrity should be respected, and that international disputes should be resolved peacefully in accordance with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. The top priority right now is to ease the situation on the ground as much as possible and prevent the situation from escalating or even getting out of control. Russia and Ukraine have already held their first round of negotiations. Despite their differences, both sides have shown their willingness to continue the negotiations. China welcomes this. Faced with the highly complex and sensitive situation, China once again calls on the international community to stick to the overall direction of a political settlement and foster an enabling atmosphere and conditions for direct dialogue and negotiations between the parties concerned. Mr. President, any action taken by the United Nations and the relevant parties should give priority to regional peace and stability and the universal security of all parties, and should play a positive role for de-escalation and diplomatic solutions. Regrettably, the draft resolution submitted to this emergency special session for vote has not undergone full consultations with the whole membership, nor does it take into full consideration the history and the complexity of the current crisis. It does not highlight the importance of the principle of indivisible security, or the urgency of promoting political settlement and stepping up diplomatic efforts. These are not in line with China's consistent position. Therefore, we had no choice but to abstain in the voting. Mr. President, the final settlement of the Ukraine crisis requires abandoning the Cold War mentality, abandoning the logic of ensuring one's own security at the expense of others' security, and abandoning the approach of seeking regional security by expanding military blocs. It is important to give full attention and respect to the legitimate security concerns of all countries, and on that basis, conduct negotiations to put in place a balanced, effective, and sustainable European security mechanism. Blindly exerting pressure and imposing sanctions and creating division and confrontation will only further complicate the situation, result in a rapid spillover of the negative impact of the crisis, and affect even more countries. We call on the international community to take a responsible approach, promote the relevant parties to immediately return to the track of political settlement, and seek a comprehensive solution to the Ukraine issue through dialogue and consultation. China is ready to continue its constructive role in this regard. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of China. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, the delegation of Sierra Leone has requested for the floor to explain its position on the agenda item and vote on the resolution. The government of Sierra Leone is gravely concerned about the regrettable serious situation created in Ukraine with ramifications for regional and international peace and security. Sierra Leone also expresses serious concern over the growing refugee and humanitarian situation in and around Ukraine, and particularly the safety and well-being of Sierra Leonean students in Ukraine. In appreciating efforts to provide the necessary safety and refuge, it is important for all those fleeing the conflict to be treated equally and with dignity, without discrimination, whether on the basis of race or status. A blanket denial is not the answer, nor representative of the values we seek to protect. Mr. President, Sierra Leone voted in favor of the resolution based on our fundamental belief in the sanctity of the United Nations Charter, its principles, and the purposes of the organization. Our vote today is not a selective application of our fundamental belief in the principles of sovereign equality of all UN member states, the territorial integrity or political independence of member states, non-interference, and the peaceful settlement of dispute. Our vote today is not to absolve the actions and inactions of the United Nations, particularly in addressing peace and security questions in Africa. While we believe that the United Nations must be consistent in the application of its charter and in pursuit of its purposes, resorting to the threat or use of force and the violation of the territorial integrity of any member state inconsistent with the charter must be rejected. Sierra Leone accordingly calls for the full respect of the national sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We also call for the immediate cessation of hostilities, and in this regard, we welcome the commencement of ceasefire talks, and we urge for the continuation of the talks in a meaningful way. Finally, we also urge for good faith diplomatic efforts to resolve the conflict. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Thailand.
Mr. President, Thailand has carefully considered the draft and voted in support of the resolution because of the overriding importance that Thailand attaches to the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter and those of international law, in particular, respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the non-use of force against states. Our support of the resolution also underlines our deep concerns for the plight of affected civilians and the humanitarian consequences of the hostilities and violence in the area. In this regard, we call on all parties to fully comply with their obligations under international humanitarian law. We are also concerned with the potential longer-term consequences on the rules-based international order and renew our call towards peace and for all parties to enhance dialogue through various means to truly realize a peaceful settlement of the situation. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Thailand, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Mr. President, we recognize the exceptional circumstances we are all facing. and we share the conviction that the General Assembly could not remain silent. The resolution adopted this morning conveys a message, and Brazil has added its voice to that of other members. The adoption of this resolution by the General Assembly shows the unwavering commitment of the international community to upholding the core principles upon which the UN is built. We are appreciative of the attention given in different paragraphs of the text to the critical need to monitor and alleviate the humanitarian situation on the ground. We also welcome the text for urging the parties to the conflict to fully respect international humanitarian law, to guarantee the safety of civilians, as well as of humanitarian and medical personnel, and to facilitate unhindered access of humanitarian assistance to those in need. The resolution as adopted, however, does not go far enough in underscoring that the cessation of hostilities is only a first step to achieve peace. Sustainable peace needs additional steps. In this respect, it is regrettable that the supportive role of the United Nations, that the United Nations can and should play, has been left by the wayside in the eagerness to point fingers. Yes, the resolution is a call for peace by the international community, but peace requires more than the silence of guns and the withdrawal of troops. The path to peace requires comprehensive work on the security concerns of the parties. The only precondition should be an immediate ceasefire. Mr. President, the resolution cannot be seen as permissive towards the indiscriminate application of sanctions and the deployment of arms. These initiatives are not conducive to the proper resumption of a constructive diplomatic dialogue and risk further escalating tensions with unpredictable consequences to the region and beyond. We also have concerns about preambular paragraph 15. It is not constructive at this moment fraught with danger in this particular resolution to comment on military measures adopted by any specific nuclear power, be it the Russian Federation or the members of NATO. Once effective negotiations do get started, all the parties must show true flexibility and spirit of compromise. Lasting solutions can only be achieved at the negotiating table through committed dialogue. Brazil continues to urge all actors to de-escalate and to renew efforts in favor of a negotiated diplomatic agreement between Ukraine and Russia that contributes to the establishment of the security and the stability of the region. We stand ready to resolutely work in favor of peace in the discussions in this Assembly, in the Security Council, and in other fora. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brazil. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Mr. President. This emergency special session comes as the conflict in Ukraine has reached a dangerous inflection point. The international community is alarmed by developments on the ground, and this is the clear message of today's resounding vote. The humanitarian situation is worsening by the day. We have seen reports of rapidly growing civilian casualties and massive displacement, the extent of which Europe has not experienced in decades. The UAE is deeply concerned by these developments. Our collective responsibility must, however, be towards exhausting all efforts and using all diplomatic channels to prevent a further deterioration of the humanitarian situation. We remain firm in that belief more than ever before. Yesterday, the UAE pledged $5 million in response to the UN's humanitarian flash appeal. We know that in the days, weeks, and months ahead, more must be done. The credibility of this organization, born out of the ashes of World War II, rests on its universal representation and its effectiveness in applying the principles that we all uphold. However, as this conflict has revealed, the clear and full voice of the United Nations has only grown harder to summon because it is not equally applied. Despite deepening divisions, now is time to take a step back, identify diplomatic off-ramps, and engage constructively to end this conflict. It is also a time to summon our reserves of wisdom and experience to guide the way forward. Global solidarity means doing more than focusing on conflicts in some parts of the world while ignoring others. We need to shift our mindset from conflict management to conflict resolution. Our collective security depends on it. Let this crisis be the wake-up call. The future of this organization may rest on that. We all need to galvanize UN efforts to promote the dialogue, work towards an end to the hostilities, and address the humanitarian situation for those most desperately in need. The UAE recognizes the need to meet this moment with renewed diplomacy and leadership, and put the needs of the people on the ground at the center of our efforts. The avenues for dialogue must, however, remain open more urgently than ever before, and we must pursue them together. Mr. President, right now we recognize that this resolution adopted here today is a necessary signal of where we need to be going. Resigning ourselves to a cycle of perpetual violence and sanctions that only adds to the suffering of civilians diminishes us all. We voted for this resolution, and we join with member states in making this appeal to peace, a just peace that endures by recognizing the legitimate concerns of all parties and also abides by the UN's charters of principles and independence and sovereignty and territorial integrity. This resolution, however, as others have said, is not enough for a sustainable peace. Resolution of this conflict requires dialogue and effective diplomacy. This text represents the determination of member states to respond to the conflict today in Ukraine. That is the call that rings clearly from this meeting. We must now turn to finding ways to bring about its peaceful resolution with full respect for and commitment to real and engaged diplomacy. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Arab Emirates, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of India.
Thank you, Mr. President. India has been deeply concerned over the rapidly deteriorating situation in Ukraine and the ensuing humanitarian crisis. An Indian national was tragically killed in Kharkiv yesterday due to the ongoing hostilities. We express our deepest condolences to his family and to that of each and every innocent civilian who has lost his or her life in this conflict. We demand safe and uninterrupted passage for all Indian nationals, including our students who are still stranded in Ukraine, particularly from Kharkiv and other cities in the conflict zones. Many member states share this concern. We have reiterated this demand to both the Russian Federation and Ukraine. This remains our foremost priority. Ensuring the well-being and safety of our citizens is the basic duty of every government. We have therefore instituted special flights to bring back Indians home from conflict zones. My government has deployed senior ministers as special envoys to countries neighboring Ukraine to facilitate evacuation. We thank all neighboring countries of Ukraine for opening their borders and extending all facilities to our embassies at this time. India has already dispatched humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. This includes medicines, medical equipment, and other relief material. We are sending more such tranches in the coming days. India supports the international community's call for an immediate ceasefire. We also support safe humanitarian access to conflict zones. We remain firm in our conviction that differences can only be resolved through dialogue and diplomacy. Prime Minister Modi has unequivocally conveyed this in his discussions with world leaders, including of the Russian Federation and Ukraine. He underscored the urgent imperative for humanitarian access and movement of stranded civilians. We therefore sincerely hope that the second round of talks between the Russian Federation and Ukraine will lead to a positive outcome. India urges that all member states demonstrate their commitment to the principles of the UN Charter, to international law, and respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states. Keeping in view the totality of the evolving situation, India decided to abstain. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of India. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bahrain.
Thank you, President. We voted in favour of the draft resolution A/ES/11/L1 based on our strong conviction of the importance of the principles of the UN Charter, particularly the principles of good neighbourliness and peaceful resolution of conflicts, but also the principle of respect for the independence and territorial integrity of all countries. The Kingdom of Bahrain underscores its support for all efforts that seek to end hostilities and for dialogue to resume and use all diplomatic means necessary to achieve peace. Thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bahrain, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Eritrea.
Thank you, Mr. President. Eritrea is taking the floor in explanation of vote after the vote on the draft resolution A/ES-11/L1. Eritrea firmly believes that respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence, as enshrined in the United Nations Charter, are sacrosanct principles and should be respected by everyone at all times for the attainment of sustainable world peace. Eritrea's vote is demonstration of its uncompromising stand for peace. Its position is against internationalizing, incessant rhetoric, and imposition of unilateral sanctions, which regrettably further polarize international relations and escalate the situation with enormous implications for civilians. Instead, we have consistently opted for world regions to be given the needed space and solidarity to address political problems. The situation between Russia and Ukraine raises serious concern with political, economic, and security ramifications for Europe and the rest of the world. It requires immediate resolution by giving more chance to diplomacy. We hope that the ongoing talks between the two parties on the Belarusian border yields a quick and acceptable agreement to stop the war and pave a foundation for peace in the region. Eritrea opposes all forms of unilateral sanctions as illegal and counterproductive. Eritrea, the country that has been subjected to such measures by the West for 2 decades, including new sets of unilateral measures, understands that sanctions do not resolve problems of peace and security. On the contrary, they only hurt innocent people and undermine the road to peace. It will be remiss if I don't address disturbing reports that African citizens living in Ukraine are facing difficulties to cross the borders. We call on all countries to facilitate safe passage to people fleeing for safety regardless of their racial identity. Let me conclude, Mr. President, by reiterating that, that Eritrea would like to see that the windows for diplomacy remain open. We are confident of the ability of the parties to resolve their differences and reach an outcome that meets the interests and concern of all. We hope that the international community constructively supports the parties in their search for sustainable peace. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Eritrea, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, the Islamic Republic of Iran is following the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine with grave concern. We reiterate our principled position regarding the need for peaceful settlement of disputes in accordance with international law and underline the need for full respect by all parties for the well-established provisions of the United Nations Charter, international law, including international humanitarian law. We emphasize that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be fully respected, and the safety and security of all civilians must be guaranteed. In order to find long-term and sustainable solutions to such crises, it is necessary to address their root causes. We note that the current complexities in the fragile region of Eastern Europe have been exacerbated by the provocative actions and decisions of the US and NATO. The security concerns of Russia must be respected. Wars and destructions inflicted on civilian lives and infrastructures are not acceptable, wherever they occur. The Islamic Republic of Iran calls for urgent cessation of hostilities and the escalation of tensions in the current conflict. In this regard, Iran underlines the essentiality of dialogue to address issues of concerns to all sides, leading to long-term results. The UN must always avoid double standards, particularly when it's considering issues related to the maintenance of international peace and security. It is unfortunate to note that the UN, in particular the Security Council, has at times neglected this principle, which has undermined its credibility. A case in point is the Security Council's handling of the conflict in Yemen. Mr. President, we believe that the text of the resolution before the General Assembly lacks impartiality and realistic mechanisms for resolving the crisis through peaceful means. Furthermore, not all member states of the UN were given the opportunity to engage in negotiations on the text of the resolution. It should be emphasized that the General Assembly is not in a position to determine the existence of an act of aggression because, in addition to Article 39 of the Charter, GA Resolution 3314 of 14 December 1974 calls on the Security Council to determine the existence of an act of aggression. Moreover, convening the emergency special session based on the General Assembly Resolution 377A shall not be considered as the end of the dialogue. My government continues to call for a comprehensive, peaceful, and sustained resolution to the current conflict, including an immediate ceasefire and a start of the dialogue, as well as provision of humanitarian assistance to the people in need. For the above-mentioned reasons, my delegation abstained from voting on the resolution. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Egypt would like to reiterate the following points with regards to the draft resolution that has been adopted and for which we have voted positively out of our belief in the principles and values of international law and the goals of the UN Charter. First, finding a swift political settlement to end this crisis through dialogue and peaceful means and through an active diplomacy should be our common goal and should remain the goal of the whole international community when dealing in the current crisis. And we should also allow room to achieve this main goal through our endeavors. Second, Egypt reiterates that we should not disregard the necessity of dealing with the root causes of the current crisis and dealing with them in order to defuse the crisis and achieve peace and stability. 3, Egypt rejects the exploitation of economic sanctions outside the multilateral international mechanisms because previous experiences have shown that such sanctions can have dire humanitarian consequences and lead to escalating the sufferings of civilians. 4. All parties should live up to their responsibilities and guarantee the flow of humanitarian assistance to all those in need without any form of discrimination, and they should also guarantee the free movement of the residents across the borders because we have had reports of discriminatory treatments in that regard. 5. Egypt warns of the economic and social consequences of the current crisis on the global economy. The global economy is still suffering the consequences of the pandemic, and the disruption in the supply chains and the international aviation is the best proof. 6. The effectiveness and credibility of the international multilateral mechanisms in facing the different crises and challenges depends on how we deal with all the international crises based on the same standards and criteria in line with the UN Charter and its objectives without consecrating the status quo and humanitarian sufferings for decades. And thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Egypt, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to deliver the explanation of vote of my country, Algeria. في الوقت الذي يتابع فيه بلاد
At a time when my country, Algeria, is closely following the development of the situation and the escalation in Ukraine, my delegation would like to emphasize once again that Algeria is committed to the principles and the objectives of the United Nations, which should remain the basis of international law and a cornerstone in international relations, especially the respect of the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of the member states according to the international legitimacy and the right of people to self-determination. And in line with our positions calling for enhancing multilateralism and safeguarding it, and also in line with our commitment to developing amicable relationships among countries based on peaceful coexistence and the peaceful settlement of conflicts and the mutual respect of international commitments and security guarantees, my country, Algeria, can only join all the other efforts and diplomatic calls aiming at de-escalating the current situation and adopting dialogue in order to foster peaceful coexistence among nations to safeguard international peace and security. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Algeria, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of United Republic of Tanzania.
Mr. President, the United Republic of Tanzania has decided to abstain this resolution as a matter of principle and in defense of the UN Charter. Fundamentally, this decision resulted from our inability to amend or make reservations to some provisions in the resolution. We were convinced that there was a need to adjust the draft resolution. The United Republic of Tanzania believes that diplomacy is the best way to end this conflict. To this end, we appeal to all parties to the dispute to uphold human rights and their obligations under international law and humanitarian law, to de-escalate the conflict and give peace a chance. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Republic of Tanzania, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we thank you for giving us the opportunity to take the floor to elaborate on South Africa's decision to abstain on today's resolution. Mr. President, let me reiterate our position expressed during the discussions of the emergency special session over the last few days. Firstly, by highlighting that South Africa remains deeply concerned by the escalation of conflict in Ukraine and the regional and international socio-economic implications. We strongly urge all sides to uphold international law, including humanitarian law and human rights law, as well as the principles of the UN Charter, including sovereignty and territorial integrity. Mr. President, the conflict involves two members of the United Nations in an armed conflict, which this organization has at its foundation the responsibility to prevent. The United Nations, therefore, must take decisions and actions that will lead to a constructive outcome conducive to the creation of sustainable peace between the parties. The resolution that we have considered today does not create an environment conducive for diplomacy, dialogue, and mediation. While we agree with and support the efforts taken by member states to bring to the attention of the international community the situation in Ukraine, South Africa feels that greater attention should have been paid to bringing the sides closer to dialogue. For South Africa, the text in its current form could drive a deeper wedge between the parties rather than contributing to a resolution of conflict. The resolution should have welcomed the commencement of negotiations between the parties. Additionally, the role of the Security Council, as well as the good offices of the UN Secretary General, could have been given more prominence in the resolution. It is understood that one of the root causes of conflict is related to the security concerns of the parties. This should have been addressed in the resolution. Even though this emergency special session of the General Assembly is being held after the failure of the Security Council to address the matter, we believe that the Security Council should still be urged to play its role as mandated by the Charter to maintain international peace and security. South Africa believes that the UN, especially in the context of emergency special sessions, whose nature and significance speak to the gravity of the issues we bring before the international community, should be used as a platform to build bridges, address the divergence of views, provide recommendation and support for the parties to engage with a spirit of compromise, while de-escalating tensions, committing to the cessation of hostilities, and building trust and confidence. Unfortunately, the text before us did not do that. South Africa will have also preferred an open and transparent process to negotiate the resolution today. This would have allowed all of us, as equal members of the Assembly, to present our views and ideally reach a level of understanding before the text was tabled. As member states of the organization committed to global peace and development, we must continue to work together to promote peace. Gestures that merely create the impression of promoting peace without meaningful action will not assist. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of South Africa, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lebanon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Lebanon voted yes on this resolution because Lebanon, a founding member of the United Nations, believes in the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter, especially the prohibition of the threat or use of force in international relations, the principle of non-intervention, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. Mr. President, these are not merely slogans for Lebanon. We lived through invasions, occupation, intervention in Lebanon's internal affairs, and experienced devastation, loss, and pain that we are still enduring its consequences today. That's why our decision today was not taken lightly. We know what happens in wars, but we also know that wars happen not only when people fail to prevent them, but most importantly, when the voices of war drown the cries for peace. Lebanon, a peace-loving nation, enjoys a good relationship and friendships with all parties to this conflict, with Russia and Ukraine. And in this spirit, we call on everybody to go back to the logic of peace. Mr. President, yesterday, a European colleague told me he has never lived through war. I was happy for him. I lived through at least 2 invasions, a civil war, multiple assassinations, and explosions. That's why, Mr. President, I don't want anybody to live in what we lived through. It's time for diplomacy, for dialogue, and a peaceful resolution of this conflict. I hope that all my colleagues here in this GA hall will put the same energy and commitment that was put to make this vote and its result a reality, to start working for a peaceful resolution that takes both sides' concerns and interests into consideration, so the world will step away from this abyss of war. Mr. President, the preamble of the United Nations Charter tells us, quote, to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. Now we need this unity. Unity for peace. The United Nations is well positioned to step up and step in to make this peace a reality. Now we need to stop the escalation in words and deeds and help both sides to take the path of peace for the sake not only the 2 sides, but for the sake of our world. Mr. President, we in the Middle East are very concerned about this war because of its impact on Europe, but also because we know from experience what happens in Europe does not stay in Europe. That the last 2 world wars left deep scars in our part of the world, obliterated countries and hopes, and we are still living its aftermath today. I hope, Mr. President, we all learn the lessons of the last wars, and I hope that from this moment we start working only for peace, peace in our time, peace in all time, as a former president of the United States said. Mr. President, I agree with Albert Camus in his speech upon receiving the Nobel Peace Prize in Literature in 1957, that probably, and as a quote, every generation sees itself as charged with remaking the world. Mine, however, knows that it will not remake the world, but its task is perhaps even greater, for it consists in keeping the world from destroying itself. This is the same responsibility bestowed on us as the Charter instructed us to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Lebanon, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malaysia.
Mr. President, as a member of the family of nations, Malaysia is committed to the principles and purposes of the Charter of the United Nations and the ideals it espouses. We reiterate the inviolability of the fundamental principles of territorial integrity and sovereignty of a country, and peaceful settlement of disputes in the maintenance of international peace and security, as well as global prosperity. All parties must uphold these fundamental and sacrosanct principles of the UN Charter and international law that guide the conduct of friendly relations between nations and peaceful coexistence. Many will agree that the resolution before us is far from perfect. While my delegation continues to have concerns with some of the language contained in the resolution, Malaysia voted in favor of it as a matter of principle and out of our strong conviction of the aforementioned principles. Mr. President, Malaysia values its strong and close relation with Ukraine and Russia. We believe the differences and legitimate security concerns of both parties, given the complex geopolitical context must be addressed through dialogue and peaceful means in accordance with the principles of the UN Charter and rule of law. In this context, we welcome the direct talks held between Russia and Ukraine in Belarus and urge both sides to continue on the peaceful path to prevent further loss of life and destruction. From the vivid discussion at this emergency special session, what stood out glaringly to us as was an overwhelming desire for the current conflict to be peacefully resolved. The Assembly has spoken with a clear and fervent voice on the matter today. Now, more than ever, the Security Council has to live up to its primary responsibility as the custodian of international peace and security. Malaysia calls on the Security Council to spare no effort in resolving this conflict. Mr. President, the future of humanity is at a precipice. Humanity must prevail, and peace is the only answer. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Malaysia. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nepal.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, my delegation is distressed by the ongoing violence and conflict in Ukraine. Conflict anywhere inflicts stress everywhere. Nepal is a peace-loving country, as its soil is consecrated by the birth of Lord Buddha, an apostle of peace. For us, values of peace, harmony, and peaceful coexistence are our way of life, so they are supremely precious. Norms of world peace, respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and non-aggression as enshrined in the UN Charter are the fundamentals of our foreign policy. The use of force against Ukraine goes contrary to these values and principles. Nepal opposes this violation of international law and the principles of UN Charter. Mr. President, there is no alternative to diplomacy and dialogue, to building peace and sustaining it. Nepal welcomes the second round of talk between Russia and Ukraine. We urge both sides to continue the dialogue with utmost sincerity and integrity to resolve this conflict peacefully and find a lasting political solution for their enduring peace and peace for the Europe. Based on Nepal's principled position on the inviolability of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of any state under international law, rules-based international order, and United Nations Charter, my delegation has voted yes on the draft resolution that was before us today. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nepal, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Iraq.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have requested the floor to justify our vote. Iraq abstained in this vote on resolution A/ES-11/L1. Iraq regrets the deterioration of the situation and the escalating tensions between the Russian Federation and Ukraine. And Iraq calls upon all parties to settle this conflict by giving priority to dialogue and through the diplomatic means. And we invite them to go back to negotiations in order to solve their concerns and in order to safeguard international peace and security, and not to threaten the world with economic and political crises resulting from this situation. Iraq expresses its grave concern over the possibility for the terrorists of exploiting this crisis and the expected division in the international community. this would hinder the international efforts and our joint endeavors aiming at preventing terrorism and violent extremism. Iraq has decided to abstain because of our historical background in Iraq and because of our sufferings resulting from the continuing wars against our peoples. Iraq, and in principle, does not support wars as a settlement mechanism. And we reiterate that all conflicts should be settled peacefully in order to safeguard the lives of civilians. Iraq calls upon all parties to uphold the UN Charter and international law and emphasizes the necessity of safeguarding the security and safety of the international staff and the humanitarian workers. And thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Iraq, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Jordan.
شكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jordan has voted for the draft resolution that has been adopted in order to emphasize the sovereignty of states and their territorial integrity and political independence, and because we believe that force should not be used in international relations because it goes against the provisions of international law and the UN Charter. Jordan hopes that we will be de-escalating tensions in order to reach a peaceful settlement of this conflict, and that both parties will sit together on the negotiation table in order to reach such a peaceful settlement. We also hope that international efforts will be intensified on both the political and diplomatic levels to assist the parties to end this crisis, and in order to avoid the dire consequences that have risen and could arise out of this conflict. And we would like to reiterate that all parties, and I insist all parties, should respect the international humanitarian law, human rights, and the international refuge law without any discrimination. To conclude, Jordan would like to remind of the necessity of respecting the international law provisions and the UN Charter, whereas force should not be used against other countries and peoples, and should not be used against the right to self-determination, and that a single standard should be implemented regardless of the region concerned and without any discrimination in implementing international criteria and standards. And we hope that this would lead to an effective dialogue inside the organization in order to implement this approach and to assess the current approach and to reach our common goal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the distinguished representative of Jordan. We have heard the last speaker in explanations of vote after the vote. We will now hear statements after the adoption of the resolution. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, last week the UN Security Council was prevented to act against Russia's unprovoked and unjustified military aggression on Ukraine because of one isolated vote, that of the Russian Federation. Immediately after that, we initiated work to ensure that this body, where the countries of the world can all speak up, lives up to its responsibility. Over the past few days, the European Union has worked hand in hand with Ukraine and countries from all parts of the world to prepare the resolution just adopted. We thank all countries that have supported it. The decision is clear. The world has spoken. The Russian government must immediately stop the aggression, withdraw its troops, and abide by the rules of the UN Charter. It applies to all equally. Over the past days, the brutality of Russia's invasion, with the complicity of Belarus, has reached unimaginable levels, with indiscriminate attacks against Ukrainian cities causing death and destruction among civilians in complete disregard of international law. Distinguished colleagues and friends, this is not just about Ukraine. This is not just about Europe. This is about defending an international order based on rules we have all signed up to, the sovereign equality of all states, large and small. This is about whether we choose tanks and missiles or dialogue and diplomacy. Today's historic vote clearly shows Russia's isolation from the rest of the international community. By voting overwhelmingly in favor of the resolution, we have chosen to defend peace where Russia has chosen brutal aggression. We have chosen to defend this organization and its charter where Russia has violated the fundamentals of both. Russia stands increasingly alone. The European Union and the world stand with the Ukrainian people. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the European Union, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Denmark on behalf of the Nordic and Baltic countries.
Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 8 Nordic Baltic countries, Estonia, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway, Sweden, and my own country, Denmark. Mr. President, from all corners of the world we have come together to send a resounding yes to uphold international law and the UN Charter, a resounding yes to the principle of the sovereign equality of all UN member states, a resounding yes to the need to respect the territorial integrity, sovereignty and political independence of all UN member states, a resounding message to Ukraine and all Ukrainians. In the words of a colleague who spoke yesterday, you are not alone. We stand with you today, tomorrow, and until peace prevails and Ukraine's sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity are fully restored and respected. We have also sent a clear message to Russia and to Belarus. Stop the aggression now. Full stop. What you are doing is unacceptable. It is wrong. Your unprovoked aggression against Ukraine is a violation of the core principles that you signed up to when you laid the foundation of this very organization, of this community of nations. Your invasion of Ukraine deserves our strongest condemnation. You will be held accountable, and every legal avenue available must and will be used to hold the aggressor to account. You must stop the war immediately. You must return your troops to Russia. You must return to the path of peace, of genuine dialogue. It is not too late to stop. It is not too late to reverse the course. It is not too late for you to return to this community where we believe, with all our faults and imperfections, in the principle of the sovereign equality of all. Mr. President, we are deeply concerned by the grave unfolding humanitarian crisis. We demand that all parties fully comply with their obligations under international humanitarian law and human rights law, protect civilians and critical civilian infrastructure, and ensure the safe, rapid, and unhindered humanitarian access and passage. Humanitarian and medical personnel, as well as hospitals and other medical facilities, must be protected. Mr. President, thousands of civilians have been killed, more have been injured, and close to 1 million innocent civilians have been forced to flee across borders. Even more have been internally displaced inside Ukraine. They are in need of help and assistance, without delay, without hindrance and preconditions. And we take this opportunity to salute and express our deepest respect, appreciation and admiration for the generous assistance and protection that Ukraine's neighbors have shown to all those fleeing the conflict, men, women and children from all corners of the world. Once again, we conclude by echoing the words of a peaceful protester who had written on her sign, "If Russia stops fighting, there will be no more war. If Ukrainians stop fighting, there will be no more Ukraine." I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Denmark. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank you for convening this historic emergency special session of the General Assembly, a session that was called because the Security Council failed once again to fulfill its primary responsibility. A session that was convened due to the unjustified, illegal, and illegitimate act of aggression against a founding member of the United Nations by a permanent member of the very organ entrusted by the entire membership with preserving peace and security. A session that was held as a result of the use of veto power by the very member that's perpetrating the aggression. Mr. President, we are obliged to reiterate Russia's ongoing military offensive against Ukraine blatantly violates the fundamental rules of international law and the principles on which this august organization was founded. Rules and principles that aim to prevent wars and protect mankind from disastrous consequences. Consequences that we are unfortunately witnessing in and around Ukraine due to Russia's attacks. The international community could not have been as spectators to such an act of aggression. I am proud that as of today, it is not. With today's resolution, the United Nations emphasizes loud and clear that it stands against egregious violations of the independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political unity of fellow member states. The membership is committed to preserving the our organization. Once again, we
Looks
call
like the stream for the
Russia
UN General
the demands
Assembly
of the
is,
global community
or the security
and
meeting
its
is
peoples
having
pleased
some
to
connection issues.
stop its military operations, withdraw all its forces from Ukraine, reverse its decision regarding the areas of Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine and its annexation of Crimea, and return to diplomacy and dialogue without delay. We also reiterate our call for an immediate humanitarian pause. The peoples of the world hold their breath and wait with hope to see the march to the precipice halt. It is still not too late to go back to the negotiating table with serious engagement. Mr. President, as a neighbor and friend of both the Russian and the Ukrainian people, Turkey stands ready to facilitate the peaceful settlement of the conflict. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkey. We still have 9 more countries member states who wish to speak. Therefore, we have heard the last speaker in statements after adoption. For this meeting, we shall hear the remaining speakers this afternoon in this hall at 3 p.m. The meeting is adjourned.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To everybody tuning in, following along with us here. You're currently listening to audio out of Kiev from Cam 1, as well as from Cam 2. Cams 1, 2, and 3 are in Kiev, as well as Cam 5. Cam 4 is in Nova Kharkova. Some people saying that the noise is louder than me. Yep, that's good, because we want to hear and listen for shots and other activity. Forte 10 we've been watching most of the day. Hold on. Forte 10 we've been watching most of the day here, guys, and it's on an interesting little surveillance path right here up by Kaliningrad here, up by Lithuania, and we haven't really been seen it do any flights really up here over Poland. It's mostly been, you know, flying up, patrolling the Black Sea, sometimes patrolling right over Ukraine. As we saw, up till the night the Russians moved in, we saw Forte 11 moving in and above the Ukrainian airspace. This is the original call sign. We were always tracking it as Forte 10, and now it's assumed that original call sign again today, and has been kind of on this interesting flight today up to Kaliningrad here, and has been flying some surveillance patterns up there near the Belarusian border and over kind of northern Poland here. So we're keeping an eye on that. There's also multiple Stratotankers in the air, as well as Air Force One is actually currently in the air. Maybe just a coincidence, but one of our flight radar analysts informed me of that just a minute ago. So, okay, so I've also been informed here that worth mentioning the E4B call sign Gordo 14, hex code ADFEB5, currently running airtime 2 hours and 30 minutes or so. That was at 12:44. He mentioned it stopped pinging while still in the air, last seen southeast of Washington, just south of Spokane. It was still pinging on the ADSB, but dropping off flight radar. Here's the respective link backs. He sent me those, so I'll take a look at those here. I'm not sure if we can... Hold on, let me see if I can pull this up. Yep, okay, so we do have Gordo. Okay, yeah, so we have the Doomsday plane on map now. It looks like it did turn on its transponder here over, where are we, Washington? Yeah, we're over, or no, we're over, is this Washington State here? No, this is Wyoming. So we're about to pass over Wyoming, I believe. Okay, so yeah, that is definitely an interesting development. So we have Gordo 14 and Air Force One, both are in the air. He mentioned a minute ago that both have dropped off the radar, last seen near Camp Ripley Military Bunker. And now we have Gordo 14 back on radar. Not sure. Yeah, it's still tracking. All right, we'll keep an eye. We're going to keep an eye on this because this is an interesting development. And we'll see what they do. In fact, yeah, can I get Air Force One up here? Does it show Air Force One on flight radar for 24? Sin, if you're listening, send me the call sign, and I will put that up on radar here as well. If I have to pull it up in ADSB, I'll do that as well. So yeah, for those of you listening, yeah, Gordo is not Air Force One. Gordo is a 747 E4B. It's basically it's nicknamed the Doomsday plane. It's basically, it sounds a little spooky, but really what it is it's a nuclear command and control center. So in the event of a nuclear war, the general like the generals of the U.S. military, the president, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, people like that would be aboard planes like this here, like Gordo 14. Specifically, this one, actually, the E4Bs is what you would see the president aboard. They have equipment to communicate with nuclear submarines and nuclear silo stations, stuff like that. In the event of a nuclear war, they can trigger those weapons from this plane here. Now, a couple weeks ago, we were tracking this same E4B up by, I'll show you here if I can zoom out, up by the Great Lakes here. They were doing racetrack holding patterns above Lake Superior here, and they were testing very low frequency radio equipment, which they use to communicate with undersea nuclear submarines. Let's get that tracked again here. Okay, interesting flight path here. Looks like it came out of California. Yep. What's flying next to it? No call sign. Is this Air Force One? No, this is another U.S. Air Force plane tailing it here. It's a stratotanker. So we do have a fuel plane. We have a refueling plane as well following it at this time. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on both of those guys. We're going to get those tracked here. Go over into multi-select here, and I'll get both of those tracked on screen. So it's interesting that we're seeing these up in the air now. Somebody says Air Force One passed Wisconsin and was last seen in Duluth, Minnesota. The ADSB for Air Force One is in the Discord. Okay, I'll pull that up here in a second. I'm going to keep an eye on Gordo 14 while I pull up that call sign for Air Force One. Not on flight radar, no call sign, but ADSB is linked above. Okay, yeah, so I think this is it here in ADSB. No, that's Gordo 14. I need Air Force One. What's the let's get the fix on that. So communications, yeah, with Duluth Air Traffic Control was Air Force One. Is this the link here? Okay. No, that's Gordo 14 as well. Somebody link me the ADSB for Air Force One here. Here we go. There we go. That's what we want. Okay, so here is no, it's right underneath. No. No, here, I'll just open it up again. Okay, here we go. All right, so here's Air Force One. Is it on the ground? Is it on the ground in Duluth, or did she just turn off transponders? Okay, hold on. Once again, let me. Okay, so we got Gordo 14 and our no call sign strato tanker hanging around. Let's get that. Let's get that back open. So yeah, this yeah, turned off transponder. He said. So Air Force One has gone dark. Still in air, last I saw, says Sin. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. PM me as soon as you see that pop back up on radar, and we'll get tracking it. For now, I'll go back and we're going to keep an eye on our strato tanker and our E4B. So this is definitely an interesting, interesting night for flights. That is for sure. Yeah, let's take this one out of there for now. We'll put that one up. We're not tracking Air Force One. Well, we will be tracking Air Force One, but we just watched Air Force One fly over Duluth, turn transponder off. But we are currently tracking this Boeing 747-E4B, which is currently being tailed by a refueling plane here, and we're just kind of watching to see where they go and what they're doing today. I'm getting a report together here for you guys out of Ukraine. Getting some information on what is going on in and around Kiev at this hour, as well as Kharkiv and Kherson. So I'm going to get you guys that report here shortly. Right now, though, we're just keeping an eye on these two planes that are on flight radar here and keeping an eye on our cameras. I'm trying to get these cameras organized here. Keep popping out of place. So somebody said refueling plane has turned transponders off. Yeah, we will see. We shall see. For now, we're just keeping an eye on Gordo 14 here. Our E4B is the primary suspect. And we're going to keep an eye on that. Yanko 1, says Mike G. Let's check out Yanko 1. So we got Yanko 1 here. Oh, wow. U.S. Army RC-12X. That's an interesting plane there. Hey, hold on. It's an interesting aircraft. Where are you going? What are you flying right now? Oh, he's flying over Lithuania. This is an interesting pattern here. All right, let's get back over onto Gordo 14 here. Keep an eye on him. We'll also keep an eye on that other strato tanker here, who not sure if he turned off transponder. No, he's still moving. He's definitely still moving. We'll keep an eye on him. Glock 01 and Glock 02. Glock 1 and Glock 2. All right, let's take a look at Glock 1 and Glock 2. United States Air Force, Northrop T-38C Talon. Where are they at? They're currently flying over Texas here. Looks like they're running some drills. Some kind of maneuvering here. Yeah, thanks, Blake's. Thanks to Blake's Wood for sending this over here. This is definitely some interesting activity going on right now. Looks like some kind of drills or training. Looks almost like they're having a little dogfight out there. Okay, so let's go back over to Gordo 14 here. Okay. This is interesting. Is this Gordo 14 that just became blocked on my on flight radar here? Hanklin over on the flight radar section, he's tracking. Let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4 stratotankers simultaneously right now up in the air at this hour. So somebody said there's 11 T-38s in that Texas area. Says Schmoozy. Thank you for that information. Sorry about that, guys. God, the air raid siren almost gave me a freaking heart attack. Yeah, I bumped that volume down for you guys a little bit. Sorry about that.
Está grabando, porque está súper rico acá, súper bonito. Grabando acá. Chao. Kiev'de ve Ukrayna'nın bulunuyor. Onun
All right, guys. Again, we're keeping an eye on some of these aircraft here in the air in and around the Baltic states here, as well as keeping a close eye on Gordo 14, our E-4B. We are expecting a heightened level of activity here in Kiev tonight, as you can see in our upper left camera. In the square, they're already setting up barricades, and what seems to be a pile of rubble. Not exactly sure what that is there. I've been told it's, I think it's sandbags that they've stacked up there. We believe that's what it is. But yeah, they are definitely getting ready for something. And we've seen evidence of this for probably the past 6 hours or now, at least here in Kiev. Kharkiv is also apparently supposed to be bombarded tonight, from what we've heard. The Indian government has made an agreement with the Russians, and they have opened up a 6-hour window to get all of their citizens out of Kharkiv. So that is currently happening, I believe, underway now. I believe they have to be out by 1800 hours, if I'm not mistaken. Not sure what that was, guys, but that sounded loud. That sounded to me like grad fire, or maybe somebody said like a cluster munition or something. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what that was, guys. I'm checking now to see if that maybe was just some audio coming through from a feed that I have unmuted somewhere. But I don't see anything. All we have is the two feeds coming off Cam 1 and Cam 2. So whatever it was had to have been in nearby Cam 1 or Cam 2. So, yeah, and I could hear the people on Cam 1 did react to it. So, yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, somebody said it came from the Associated Press feed.
az önce sirenler çalmaya başladı ve hemen arkasından şiddetli bir patlama sesi geldi ve şimdi Hakan Tuz sizlere gösterecek, hemen karşı bölgenin üstünde ışık demetlerini gördük ve oldukça da şiddetli bir patlama sesi geldi. Sirenler çaldığı anda burada zaten dikkat dediğim gibi balkona çıkıyoruz ve o siren sesinin durmasının hemen ardından yaklaşık bir 20 saniye sonra şu anda Hakan Tuz'un gösterdiği bölgenin hemen üst tarafında bir ışık demeti gördük ve büyük bir patlama sesi geldi. Şu an itibariyle Kiev'e bombaların düşmeye devam ettiğini söyleyebiliriz. Gün boyunca sürekli bu siren seslerini duyuyoruz ama bu kadar yakınımıza hiç düşmemişti o füzeler. Bu sefer hem ışığını hem de sesini çok net bir şekilde, şiddetli bir şekilde duyduğumuzu söyleyebiliriz. Görüşmelerden önce aslında Rusya'nın herhangi bir saldırı yapması düşünmüyordu, planlanmıyordu ama yaklaşık 1-1,5 dakika önce şu an gördüğümüz noktanın hemen üstüne o noktaya...
If any of you clipped that flash that you saw, send it over to me on the Discord and I'll put it up on screen for people so we can watch that.
Şu anda yaklaşık 5-5,5 kilometre gibi bir mesafe cümle gözlerim. Ve bizim bulunduğumuz...
Somebody says the voice is Turkish. It says we heard the explosion and light. At this moment, the bombs keep falling on Kiev. It sounded like French to me, but I can't tell. Somebody said the voice is Brazilian.
Tabii öncesinde siren sesi geldiğini söyleyip siren seslerinin bitmesinden yaklaşık 20-30 saniye sonra o şiddetli patlama sesini ve o ışık demetini gördük. Yüksek ihtimal füzenin atıldığı görüşündeyim. Çünkü oldukça net bir şekilde patlamayı burada hem görebildik hem de duyabildik cümle gözleri.
kiraya vermiş olduğu bir otel. Bu otelde şu anda Ukrayna...
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Okay, so I turned off of our AP feed, but we still have audio coming from Cam 2. And air raids are now sounding again. Here's another live feed. Okay, this Turkish reporting team is actually in... This is their feed, guys. This is the Turkish feed here. They are actually there operating this camera.
Bu gece aslında bu bekleniyordu. Onu söyleyeyim Serap Bey'e. Çünkü bu kadar zamandır Rusya askeri yığınağını zaten sınır hattından Ukrayna'nın sınır içine kadar çekti. Tabii bir taraftan da Zelenski'nin diplomasi anlamında Rusya üzerinde ciddi bir baskısı var. Özellikle Birleşmiş Milletler'den, Avrupa Birliği'nden gelen destekler. Hatta şöyle bir yorum yapılıyor. Evet, askeri güç olarak Putin kendi gücünü göstermeye çalışıyor ama diplomasi gücü olarak da Zelenski Putin'in önünde ifadeleri kullanılıyor. Ve şöyle de bir durum var. Finlandiya gibi, İsveç gibi ülkeler bile tarafsızlığını bir kenara bırakıp Ukrayna'nın yanında yer aldılar. Tabii böyle bir durum oluşunca da şu an Ukrayna lideri halkının gözünde bir kahraman. Daha önce belki de hani Gürkan Zengin'in de diplomasiyi, dış politikayı iyi bilen Türkiye'deki gazetecilerden biri olduğu için o da belki bu konuda bir yorum yapacaktır. Komedyen bir Cumhurbaşkanı yorumu yapılıyordu ve kendisiyle ilgili eleştirilerin başında da hep bu vardı. Ve kendisinden önceki tüm Cumhurbaşkanları ülkeyi terk etmek zorunda kaldı. Ya da Rusya ile Avrupa arasındaki siyasi baskılara teslim olup ülkeyi terk etmek yerine istifa etmeyi tercih ettiler. Ama hiçbiri normal şartlarda koltuğu bırakmadı. Zelenski onlardan farklı. Şu anda hem askeri kıyafetleriyle ordusunu yönetiyor hem de sivil halk harekatını yönetiyor. Şimdi böyle olunca da aslında %75 oyla iktidara gelmişti. Cumhurbaşkanı seçilmişti. Ve hemen sonrasında da Avrupa Birliği ile ilişkiler, Avrupa müstesabatı, görüşmeler ve Avrupa'ya entegrasyon süreci içerisinde ekonomik bazı paketler uygulandı ki o ekonomik paketlerin maliyetleri Ukrayna halkına ağır oldu. Mali gelirler düşmeye başladı ve Zelenski'nin aslında toplumdaki trendi de düşmeye başlamıştı. Kendisine en yakın rakibi Poroshenko'ya karşı 3-4 puanla öndeydi ama bugün muhalefet dahil olmak üzere tüm kesimlerin desteğini arkasına almış durumda ve Ukrayna net arkamızda bir liderimiz var ve Ukraynalılardan aslında ilk defa böyle bir ifade duyuluyor. Çünkü 30 yıllık genç bir
ama hemen sağa dönsün arkamda sokak aralarına bakıp sokak araları tamamen karanlık. Karşı yani o özgürlük meydanı dışında birçok alanda tamamen karartma uygulandığını söyleyebilirim. Yani şu anda özgürlük meydanının dediğimiz gibi Ukrayna için ayrı bir anlam var. Şu an silah sesi de durdu bu arada. Özgürlük meydanının ayrı bir anlamı var ve bu yüzden burada şu an için herhangi bir karartma yok ama bombalar düşmeye devam ediyor. Az önce işte bağlantımızda Hakan sizlere gösterdi. Sirenlerin hemen ardından yaklaşık bir 30 saniye sonrasında düşen roket ya da bir füzeyi çekiliyordu. Ve bakın ambulanslar da şu anda yolda, ambulanslar da hareketli. Hemen karşıda zaten yol kapalı, orada Ukrayna askerleri var, polisi var ve şu an için bizim de görebildiklerimizi aktarmaya çalışıyoruz. Şu an işte eğer sokağa çıkma yasağı olmasa oraya ulaşmak için biz elimizden geleni yapacaktık. Hatta neler olduğunu görüntülemeye çalışacaktık ama şu an için maalesef çıkamıyoruz çünkü sokağa çıktığınız anda direkt olarak hedefsiniz, direkt vur emri var. Yani kimsiniz diye sorma gibi bir uygulaması yok. Çünkü özellikle dediğimiz gibi ayrıntıları sabotaj eylemleri olduğu için herkes sokakta.
All right, guys, so we're just getting this report in. It was shelling that hit near the central station in Kiev. It's that central train station there between the Ibis Hotel and the South Station. This actually came straight from the Interior Ministry, and it is confirmed that there was shelling reported there. We're not sure exactly what type of shelling it was, but it definitely sounded, to me it sounded like a Grad barrage, but I'm not too sure. It didn't sound like a singular explosion. It sounded like a few simultaneous explosions. Thanks for those words, Sam. Much appreciated. Yeah, again, guys, we're hearing audio from Cam 1 and 2. We just heard from that Turkish news feed. In fact, let's see if maybe I can turn that back up actually now. Stand by while I get that up. make sure that these are all updated. Okay, so that's our other feed. Okay, so it's switched back over to just the standard AP feed now. This is the feed from the church. Keep that down because they have music playing on there. Very eerily quiet here after that explosion in Kiev. Somebody said Biden is about to talk. Yeah, if we see that they're going to make like an emergency press conference, we'll probably put that up on screen here, but I haven't seen anything on that yet. If somebody sends any information over to me, I can get that up for you guys, though. So in case anybody is wondering, that is a barricade they've set up there. And also a checkpoint, I believe. But you can see they've visibly blocked off the road, which I think it's sandbags. I'm not too sure. We saw them doing this earlier today. But again, guys, it's very eerily quiet coming out of Kiev here after those sporadic blasts we heard from what is reported to be shelling near the train station, the central station there in Kiev. Somebody says not much of a barricade. My Dodge Ram could go over that. I think it would probably look a little bit more intimidating up close. Kind of can't see it from here, but somebody says there's a tank down from it though, between it and closer to camera on the left. Interesting. Yeah, again, we're waiting to get more information out of this explosion that we just heard by the central station. I'm hearing reports of, excuse me, I'm hearing reports of explosions currently taking place all over Ukraine, just over the past 10 minutes here. So I'm definitely going to get some information here on that for you guys, and I will try to get a report ready for you in the next 20 or 30 minutes here. We're kind of just keeping an eye on what's going on here in downtown Kiev at this moment. Again, eerily quiet, the audio we're getting out of these two cameras. Yeah, for everybody that's wondering on these cams, this is fog you're seeing, not smoke. We're under heavy fog cover today. Here in Kiev, it's been a wet, rainy day, and so there's definitely a little bit of fog floating around. Yeah, so it does look like Fox has moved their camera a little bit. Very eerie tonight in Kiev, guys. It's foggy, low visibility. This is the first night I've seen them do anything with a barricade.
kadarıyla arabalar gidip geliyor, bir takım milisler yer değiştiriyor.
Guys, there's the barricades. There's the Turkish team is pointing their camera down there. This is what those barricades look like that are down the street there, guys. Just so you got right here, guys. That's a close look of what we're looking at down there on the street. So yeah, they have barricaded the street. This is definitely the the most ready I've seen them over the past week here in Kiev by far. They haven't done this on previous nights. So somebody said piles of gravel, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they're probably maybe cement barricades with something around them. Maybe I can't. It's hard to tell.
Peki. Mücahit tekrar döneceğiz sana. Şimdi biz tekrar kaldık.
Bir ara şey yapalım bu olayla ilgili. Hakan Bey. Şimdi biz Ukraynalıların...
Rusya'nın ABD Büyükelçisi'nin sınır dışı ettiğine dair haberler var.
Evet. Bu arada Macron şey demiş, Rus ordusu Kiev'i bombaladı. Gelecek günler Ukrayna için daha da zor olacak. Ne demek istiyor ya bu Macron, anlamıyorum ki.
Bombalamış ya.
Tamam bombaladı, sen muhabir misin yani?
Gerilimi arttırıyor. Macron öyle bir adam işte.
Rusya ile savaşta değil.
Gerilimi arttırıyor.
Yani bilmiyorum.
Zaten dertleri de o ya. Ya bu arada hiç üzerinde durmadım. Bu Ukraynalılar, bunlar Zaporoş Kazakları.
Ama o da
bunlar savaşçı bir millet.
Evet evet, onu konuşuruz.
Yani bunlar öyle hafif
bir sistemli şekilde gidelim diye.
İsviçreliler gibi değildir yani.
Neler gibi?
İsviçreliler gibi değildir. Savaş görmemiş bir toplum.
Ya ben Taras Bulba ya.
Taras Bulba.
Bak İsviçre'de hiç örnek verme. hayatta gördüğüm en iyi donanımlı ordu diyebilirim.
Biliyorum, duydum
Ya
da.
çok ilginçtir
Ya
yani.
savaşmadılar diye söyledim. Adamlar savaşçı değil diye söylemedim.
Ya ben hayatımda bu kadar hazırlıklı bir ordu görmedim.
Biliyorum, doğrudur.
Peki
Doğrudur.
şu şeyi anlatmaya devam edeceğiz. Ya devam edeyim bak.
Erdoğan Paşa, bu meskun mahal çatışmasında Ruslar nasıldır? Bir ara görüş alalım sizden.
Şimdi Rusların bir defa burada başarılı olabilmesi için Sayın Yarar da söyledi. Yani bu kuvvet yetmez. Şimdi
Yıllarca sürecek gibi görünüyor. Yani
pahalı.
good jobs, clean air and water, the chance to raise your kids in safe neighborhoods, to send them to good schools, to give them better lives than you had. How in the world does President Putin's unprovoked aggression against Ukraine help you achieve any of these things? How is it going to make your lives better? The economic costs that we've been forced to impose on Russia are not aimed at you. They're aimed at compelling your government to stop its actions, to stop its aggression. And just as millions of us around the world stand together against Moscow's aggression, we also stand together with you as you demand that your leaders end this war. If President Putin wants to demonstrate leadership, he should allow Russian soldiers to go home to their families. Finally, the United States is continuing our diplomatic efforts. We're keeping the door open to a diplomatic way forward. That's going to be very hard to happen without military de-escalation. It's much more difficult for diplomacy to succeed when guns are firing, tanks are rolling, planes are flying. But if Russia pulls back and pursues diplomacy, we stand ready to do the same thing. Meanwhile, our intensive diplomacy with allies and partners continues. I've been in virtually daily contact with my friend and counterpart, Ukraine's Foreign Minister Kuleba. And I've made clear that we'll support any diplomatic efforts by the Ukrainian government to reach a ceasefire and withdrawal of Russian forces. If there are diplomatic steps that we can take that the Ukrainian government believes would be helpful, we're prepared to take them, even as we continue to support Ukraine's ability to defend itself. Tomorrow, I'll travel to Brussels, where I'll meet with our NATO, European Union, and G7 allies and partners to continue our coordination, to commend them on the unprecedented steps that they've taken to support Ukraine and hold Russia to account, and to reaffirm our Article 5 commitment that an attack on any NATO member is an attack on all. From there, I'll travel to Poland, which is already hosting hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian refugees, with tens of thousands arriving by the day. And then to Moldova, which is also hosting Ukrainian refugees, and where Russian troops have been occupying territory against the will of the people for years. And then I'll go on to the Baltic countries, to Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, which are facing a renewed threat from Russia themselves, as President Putin seeks to reassert Russia's dominance over former Soviet republics. Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia are our NATO allies. And as President Biden has said, we will defend every inch of NATO territory against any aggression, from Russia or otherwise. Finally, I want to note the consequential and historic vote that just took place in the United Nations. 141 member states voted in favor of a resolution reaffirming Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and condemning Russia's invasion of another member state. As this vote revealed, the overwhelming majority of the international community stands in strong support of the core principles of the United Nations and upholding the UN Charter, and stands against Russia's reckless attempts to change the borders of another sovereign country by force to replace its will for the will of the Ukrainian people. As 141 member states of the United Nations know, more is at stake even than the conflict in Ukraine itself and the freedom and security of Ukraine and its people. This is a threat to stability in Europe and to the entire rules-based order, which has been the foundation of security and prosperity for people around the world for nearly 80 years. In this time of uncertainty, we have a clear way forward. Help Ukraine defend itself, support the Ukrainian people, hold Russia accountable, and persist with diplomacy. President Putin is more isolated from the world than ever before. As President Biden predicted last night, when the history of this era is written, Russia's war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. And in the days ahead, we'll continue to draw inspiration from the iron will of the Ukrainian people. With that, happy to take some questions.
Hello, Mr. Secretary. Thanks for being here. I just want to ask you, what is the U.S. assessment on Putin's state of mind
You said that he's more isolated than before. Do you worry that this isolation might prompt him to lash out and do something even more dramatic than we've so far seen on the ground? And I also want to ask you, I'm sure you've seen that there are Americans who have expressed their desire to go and join the fight in Ukraine. What is your message to them?
Thanks. I can't put myself in President Putin's mind or state of mind. All that we can focus on are the actions that he's taken and our response to those actions. I said before, one of the Achilles heels of autocracies is the inability to speak truth to power. I don't know who said what to President Putin before he launched this aggression. I don't know who's saying what to him now. But again, all of that is speculation. We can't put ourselves in his mindset. All we can do is what we're doing, which is to be very clear in how we'll respond to the actions that he takes, to continue to work in unity with allies and partners in support of Ukraine, in defense of Ukraine, to help its people, to help those who've been forced to flee, and if there are any diplomatic opportunities to pursue those. But we're focused less on what President Putin thinks or may think, and more on what he does. And with regard to the second part of your question, look, we've been very clear for some time, of course, in calling on Americans who may have been resident in Ukraine to leave, and making clear to Americans who may be thinking of traveling there not to go. For those who want to help Ukraine and help its people, there are many ways to do that, including by supporting and helping the many NGOs that are working to provide humanitarian assistance, providing resources themselves to groups that are trying to help Ukraine by being advocates for Ukraine and for a peaceful resolution to this crisis that was created by Russia. Those are the most effective ways that people who want to help can do so.
Secretary, you just quoted the president saying big nations don't bluff. Do you think that President Putin is bluffing by putting his nuclear forces on alert? I had another question, if you don't mind. Are you surprised that we have not seen more? We've seen some denial of services, but are you surprised that we have not seen a more massive cyber attack against Ukraine or against other of the NATO nations or against us? Do you think that the legislation that just passed improves our ability to defend against such attacks? And if I could impose on you one more question. I talked today to Daria Kaleniuk, who was part of the president in your democracy summit this year. And you know how passionate she is, perhaps you saw her questioning. And she says that despite everything that has been done, and I would say it's an extraordinary amount of coordination and agreement with the allies, it's not going to get there in time. That convoy is sitting outside Kiev and poised to encircle Kiev, and they're not going to get those supplies. What more can be done to help those people?
Andrew, thank you. Let me take them in not quite reverse order. First, just on the cyber piece, two things. First, yes, the legislation that you referred to is extremely helpful. But beyond that and before that, we have been very focused on the potential for cyber attacks, not only against Ukraine, but against us, against allies and partners. We've been working for months, first with Ukraine, and also among ourselves, to harden, to sharpen defenses. All of that work is very much underway, including with the private sector. And so I think we have to be very much on guard about that possibility. We are. With regard to assistance to Ukraine, here's what I can tell you. We are very actively working every day, every hour to provide that assistance and to make sure that to the best of our ability it gets to where it needs to go. And this is not just us, this is many countries in Europe. We're coordinating a lot of efforts to do that. And my own assessment right now is that the vitally needed assistance is getting to where it needs to go. With regard to President Putin's statements on Russia's nuclear posture, first, as you know, Russia and the United States have long agreed that the actual use of nuclear weapons would be devastating and have devastating consequences for the entire world. And as we've stated many times, including earlier this year, following the meeting between President Biden and President Putin in Geneva, both of our countries have stated that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. That was a key reaffirmation coming out of the meeting between President Biden and President Putin back in June. Provocative rhetoric about nuclear weapons is the height of irresponsibility. It's dangerous. It adds to the risk of miscalculation. It needs to be avoided. We've assessed President Putin's directive and his statements, and at this time we see no reason to change our own alert levels.
Thanks.
Matt.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. You mentioned the vote in the UN, which was by, it was overwhelming, as you said. And the countries that voted against, the 5 countries who voted against, no surprise, Belarus, Eritrea, North Korea, Syria, and Russia. But I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about the abstentions, particularly from Latin America, Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, who stayed out. These are countries that are no stranger to larger powers, like shall go unnamed, getting involved in their internal policy. I'm wondering if that says anything to you. And then, secondly, on the prospects for diplomacy with Russia, which you said you're keeping the door open to. I mean, really, what are the prospects for? What are the chances of that happening? And is there, if there is an open door, is it just for Ukraine and potentially the Iran talks in Vienna, or are you open to the whole gamut of things, the arms control, climate, any number of other things? Thank you.
Matt, first of all, to put the vote in the UN in perspective, it is both overwhelming and I would even say historic. Go back to 2014 when the General Assembly pronounced itself on Russia's initial aggression against Ukraine. The votes in favor of that resolution were 100. Then go to the horrific actions that the Assad regime took in Aleppo. The vote there was 120 in favor of a resolution condemning the actions of the Assad regime. Today, 141 votes. That speaks powerfully and eloquently about the overwhelming majority of the world and its views about what Russia is doing in Ukraine. I'm not going to parse the individual votes. I think in some cases, an abstention actually speaks loudly itself, as opposed to a no vote. So I think you have to look at some of the individual countries, assess their relationship with Russia, and look at how they voted in that context. For the small number that voted against, Belarus, the DPRK, Eritrea, Syria, as well as, of course, Russia, as Groucho Marx once sort of said, this is not very much a club that I would want to be a member of.
Oh, wait, sorry, on the prospects for diplomacy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Look, as I said a moment ago, with regard to Ukraine itself, we, of course, remain open to pursuing any reasonable path, but it's very hard to see any path when the bombs are dropping, the planes are flying, the tanks are rolling. So de-escalation, pulling back forces, that would open a path to diplomacy. And we, I think, demonstrated very clearly in the months leading up to Russia's aggression that we were prepared to engage Russia diplomatically on any legitimate security concerns on a reciprocal basis. That remains, unfortunately, tragically, horrifically. I think we've seen, and you don't have to take my word for it, just listen to President Putin's own words, that virtually everything the Russian government professed to be concerned about was not really what was at issue. For example, Ukraine joining NATO. What President Putin has said loudly and clearly, and is now demonstrated by the actions that Russia has taken, is that what this is about for him is Ukraine being absorbed in one fashion or another into Russia. He sees Ukraine as having no independent existence. He wants to reincorporate it into an empire. Short of that, to make it part of a renewed sphere of influence, or maybe at the very least, to make it totally neutral. So this is about way more than the issues that we were prepared to engage Russia on. So two quick pieces on the diplomacy now. One, with regard to Ukraine itself, first and foremost, the question is if Ukraine thinks there is a path that would help advance its interests, protect it, end the war, and we can be helpful in that, of course, we're fully prepared to do that. But we really look to the Ukrainian government to see what if anything, might make sense. They're engaged in talks with Russia. They had one round. There may be another one. We'll see. But of course, the demands that Russia put on the table were beyond excessive. They were, of course, non-starters. And what we've seen repeatedly is that Russia goes through the pretense of diplomacy to distract and continue on its aggressive path. More broadly, even as we've imposed and continue to impose massive costs on Russia for its aggression and actions in Ukraine, if we determine that there are areas that it's in our interest to continue to pursue, and that in one fashion or another may involve some engagement from Russia, we'll continue to pursue that. We're not going to let Russia dictate in any way what's in our interests and how to pursue them.
Time for a final question from
Media Ukraine. Just a few days ago, European Union proposed to donate their fighter jets to Ukraine to protect our sky, but as far as I know, for now, this deal has fallen apart. I know that you were on a phone call with Foreign Minister Kuleba today discussing this topic as well. Could one expect that after your travel to Europe, something could change and Ukraine will get access to those jets?
Thank you. I can't comment in detail on my conversations with Foreign Minister Kuleba. We talked about a lot of things, including the ongoing provision of security assistance to Ukraine. And that is something that I will be talking to European allies and partners about in a couple of days in Brussels. Again, I can tell you, as I mentioned in response to Andrea's question, that when it comes to vital defensive military equipment that Ukraine needs, we are very actively coordinating its provision, and that assistance is getting there. But we'll probably have more to say in the next couple of days.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sir, do you think that Russia is deliberately targeting civilians? You said they're hitting schools and hospitals. Are they doing it deliberately?
We've certainly seen in the past that one of Russia's methods of war is to be absolutely brutal in trying to cow the citizenry of a given country. And that includes, at the very least, indiscriminate targeting and potentially deliberate targeting as well. We're looking very closely at what's happening in Ukraine right now, including what's happening to civilians. We're taking account of it, we're documenting it, and we want to ensure, among other things, that there's accountability for it. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Mr. Secretary, are these war crimes?
Good afternoon. I'm Terry Moran.
And I'm Kira Phillips. We were just hearing from Secretary of State Antony Blinken updating us on the Russian attack of Ukraine. We begin with President Zelensky now praising the United Nations vote on Twitter, saying they've chosen the right side of history and that a global anti-Putin coalition has been formed and is functioning. The world is with us. The truth is on our side. Victory will be ours. And of course, Zelensky's upbeat tone comes as 5 Ukrainian cities are now under siege.
And joining us now with the latest on the ground, Aaron Katursky is in Ukraine and Phil Lipoff in Poland for us. Also joining us, ABC News' Elizabeth Schulte and ABC News national security and defense analyst Mick Mulroy. So, Aaron, first, what is the latest on the ground there? It seems like the fighting has intensified, the heavy...
Anlamadım. Vallahi bilmiyorum. Cebimde Cemal. Ama ne olduğunu bilmiyorum. Olayı bilmiyorum. Neymiş? Bak Adem Hançer'de Uğur geldi. Aşağıdan yayın yapıyorlar. Evet şu gördüğüm beyaz üstü siyah araba Adem Hançer'de. Mesela daha çok şey var. Oraya sıkıyorsun, siyah sesi geliyor her yere. Orada bildiğin çatışma var herhalde. Yok kızım. Ayrılıkçılar saldırmıyor oraya. Bildiğin çatışma. Abi ya, Odessa burada abi. Odessa gündüz seviye. Gündüz seviye akşam bir şey yaptılar.
night, Kiev, 7th day of Vladimir Putin's war. There's a friend of mine, Josh Stubbins, he's on Twitter. He's dropping off a friend at the train station, and he's a smart and good observer, and he says that they saw an artillery round hit, not the station, by the way, which of course is packed with families and women and children and men fleeing the besieged city, and it hit a building between the bus station and the train station, as Josh describes it. The impact was terrifying. I asked him, had he seen any bodies, and he said no. But everybody was panicking. Things had calmed down. I did hear an explosion about 20 minutes ago, which chimes with this. So it looks as though Vladimir Putin's killing machine thinks it's acceptable to fire artillery rounds into the center of Kiev, specifically at a target where everybody and his wife will know that refugees are gathered, people fleeing the city. So once again, by the way, it's curfew, so I can't go out to check it out. First thing in the morning, I'll go out there and check it out, but I can't now, or rather it's not worth the risk. But once again, this is a peaceful country, and it's a democracy, and I have a simple message for Vladimir Putin.
Fucking Alexandra is not fake, fucking idiot! Is not fake! Is not scam, fucking idiot!
So we just saw somebody come into Cam 3's bedroom, turn the light on, and yell something out this window. What did they yell? They yelled something in that video. What was that? Did anybody hear what they said? Man. Some of the things we see when we watch these cameras. Yeah, I guess that camera's not fake. Well, that was unexpected. Yep, here he is. Oh, there he is. What's up, man? That's awesome. Yeah, this is right by the train station that got shelled, guys. Yeah, we need that guy in here. We do. We need him in here. We need him on stream. That's awesome. Yeah, so this angle we're seeing, guys, is the train station that got hit just a short while ago. The shells landed nearby to that station we're seeing right across the road there. Yep, so just so everybody knows, that cam is not fake. Well, I hope that guy stays safe. He's pretty close to where those shells just landed. Oh, it's a kitty. We got a little kitty in our camera view here. Yeah, it just keeps getting better. Yeah, that guy's stream just got promoted to cam slot 2. Here we go again, guys. Air raid sirens. Again, about 17 minutes past the hour, so not on the hour like we've been seeing. Alright guys, again, for everybody that's tuning in, we are tuning into a few cameras out of Kiev. We're listening to three separate audio channels off of these cameras. We got audio coming from Cam 1, Cam 2, as well as Cam 3. So, I think I should mention, so Cam 2, you guys, is coming from an independent YouTuber named Mehmet? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correct, Mehmet. But he might or might not be watching the stream at this very moment in time. Mehmet is actually located on the ground in Ukraine, right behind camera 2 there. I'm currently trying to get a hold of him. So that I can maybe call him and get him on the show to talk about what's going on the ground in Kiev. I'm not sure if he speaks fluent English or not. I really wish he did. I hope he did. He did. It sounded like he spoke some English. Yeah, I think his name is Mehmet. Yeah. You guys should all go and subscribe to him. In fact, I'll show you guys his YouTube channel really quick. On screen here. This is Mehmet here. You guys should go subscribe to this guy right now. He's the one bringing his Cam 2 here with the cat. Yes, so somebody mentioned we do have translators. Yeah, we could possibly get a translator that knows both English and Ukrainian, if maybe he doesn't know English. But yeah, go and click the subscribe button. I already subscribed to him over here myself. I'm not logged in on this window here, but I already subscribed to him here on my channel. You guys should go do the same. He does some cyberpunk music. I'm into that. I'm into that sort of thing. I can dig it. And he's currently being a graceful enough camera host for us out of Kiev in the middle of a war zone. So I think he deserves a subscribe from everybody that is currently here watching. And if you guys want to go tune in and check out his stream real quick and say that we sent you over here. Say that we sent our love from the NEMICO network. Tell him to stay safe, guys, because yeah, he is literally in the middle of a war zone. And he's bringing us this camera feed on Cam 2. So. Somebody asked what happened to his cat. I don't know. He was up in the window a little bit ago. He's probably chilling somewhere. Guys, I think this is my first live stream raid I've ever done. But it's pretty cool. Yeah, guys, go sub to him. Everybody give him a subscribe. Now, I'm trying to get a hold of him. I asked him if he has Discord. I'm not sure if he speaks English, though. It looks like he might. Yeah, best first raid, somebody said. We speak cat. Cat can translate. You're right, we do speak cat. We can. We could use the cat as a translator. Yeah, he did curse in English, so if he can curse in English, he could probably speak. And if you look at in his description, it's all English, so he either translated that in Google Translate or he actually speaks some English. He probably does. Somebody says, can I pin his YouTube URL? Yeah, actually, I'll do that. I'll pin his YouTube URL so it makes it easier for you guys to find his channel here. Give me 1 second. Here's his YouTube channel, guys. I just posted it in the chat, and I'll pin it if I can find it.
Oh, wow. I know. I woke up with the first one. It's kind of groggy, but by the second one I was
There, I just replaced it. Or, yep, there we go.
definitely narrating.
Yeah, I watched his chat just now light up with NEMICOs. It still is, actually. That's awesome, guys. You guys are great. Thank you so much for that. But his subs just shot up to 1.86. Yeah, it'll probably go up to 2,000. Let's see if we can get his subs to 2,000. That'd be awesome.
Dün akşam ayrıldık Odessa'dan buradan. Biz oradayken
Yeah, let's try to get his subscriber count to 2,000, guys. That'd be awesome. There's 4,000 of us here. We should be able to get at least half of us to subscribe to this guy.
Yeah, I hear you.
Whoops, I'll put his cam back up. I accidentally closed it. Oops.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, we figure out what's happening. Okay.
Somebody in his chat just said, NEMICO definitely didn't say this channel was fake. We literally saw this man calling BS on Alexandria. That's funny. Yeah, I'd really like to get him in here to or just talk on the phone or on Discord or something. Just ask him, what's really going on the ground. Did somebody say he's already at 2.2K? Awesome. Awesome. Maybe we can get him to 3K. Cam 4 is in Nova Kharkova. I feel like I lost a channel of audio here. Stand by while I try to get that back for you guys.
Hi, I hear you.
There we go. I think that's better. Somebody said imagine this dude's phone right now? Yeah, I know. I wonder if that's his phone we can hear dinging.
They're in Canada.
Yeah, if he has like Discord, that'd be great. Or hell, I'd even call him, but I don't know how we could. I mean, he could email us. Could send him over the email. Somebody said they think he went underground not long after the sirens started. Thought I heard somebody there in the background. That was in that camera. In fact, it keeps. Hold on a second. Let me refresh this.
They're in Canada.
Okay, so our CNN crew in Lviv is about to go live. That's why we're hearing that audio there. The stream keeps buffering pretty bad though, so I'm just gonna put that on the back burner. Wait, that's the church feed. We don't want that right now. Let's see, what's he at? Let me refresh the page over here. 2.3. We got him from 1.5K to 2.3K. Nice. Awesome, guys. This is cool. Yeah, again, this guy is literally, you know, he's on the ground there. You know, right across the street is that train station. It's right nearby. It just got shelled. In fact, earlier you saw him. He put like a little label over the train station to show where what the building is. It's the one with the red sign, right over there. It's like right on the other side of that red sign is the building that got struck. Or it was struck near there, but he was in the proximity. He was in the danger zone, the immediate danger zone for the shelling that happened just a short while ago. Yeah, it sounded like they were taking shelter inside somewhere, possibly on like a lower level, towards the inside of the building for protection. That's kind of what I've gathered here, and it could be that, you know, he's looking at the chat right now. I think I saw him replying a short while ago. But yeah, we'll see if eventually we can get him maybe on a Discord call or something. Somebody says he's Turkish. His profile is translated from Turkish. Yeah, way too many tabs open there. I had to close some of those tabs. But he has a Twitter that we were just looking at there. I'm going to try to maybe reach out to him on Twitter. And we'll see if that works. He's Turkish. Not sure if he speaks English, though. So we would have to get like a Turkish translator. I'm pretty sure we had a Turkish translator in chat, though. If I'm not mistaken. Over on Discord, I'm pretty sure one of our translators does Turkish, if I'm not mistaken. That's awesome. We got his stream up to 700, almost 800 likes now. Yeah, so somebody said they saw him typing in English earlier as well. St. Javelin asks, "Who is Alexandra and why were you mad?" That's funny. Everybody wants to know who and why he was yelling. Again, I accidentally took his stream off of screen. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Let me get that back up there. Alright. Should be good. His chat is still flooded with every fourth thing is NEMICO. Well, as I said earlier, I hope he's at least deep inside the building, somewhere in a lower level, taking refuge. Oh, he said he's here. I don't know if he's saying, I living 2 months London. I'm here. What is NEMICO? He says, what is NEMICO? That's great, guys. That's great. He's just like, what in the world is going on? Yeah, I know, guys. I'm watching him in chat. Oh, he's sending me an Instagram? Yeah. Yeah, I don't have Instagram, but I'll check it out nonetheless. Here's Mehmet's Instagram. Shout out to his Instagram, guys. Plug in Mehmet's Instagram. He's Turkish. Right on, right on. Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna try to reach out to him, guys, here, and we'll see if we can get him on the show to talk. I think he does speak a little bit of English. So yeah, we currently only have one channel of audio. Also, Cam 5. Looks like somebody with a flashlight on Cam 5. I'm gonna go and get all the audio back here in a second, guys. Just give me one moment. We have one channel of audio coming through. It's a little faint. We're gonna try to get the other 2 channels of audio back. We have audio coming from Mehmet's cam, actually. But yeah, for those that are just tuning in, he is on the ground in Victory Square on Cam 2. He's our boots on the ground for Cam 2 right now, and we're trying to get him on the show to talk to him. Yes, I know. I'm trying to get a hold of him right now, guys. Okay, I have gotten a hold of Mehmet, and he has been invited to the Discord server. I'm about to get him set up here. Stand by for that, guys. I believe he has joined the server. Hold on, stand by. Okay, so I think this is him here. I said, would you like to talk on our live stream? We would like to ask you some questions. I'm going to see if we can get him into a call here. I repeat, I'm going to attempt to get him into a call. Stand by. Oh, somebody said he's in the comms groups? Oh, he is. He is, okay. Alright, stand by. Stand by. Sorry, stand by. I'm trying to get you moved here. Okay. Okay, Mehmet, can you hear me? Okay, I have him in. He said, my English is not good. I usually use Google Translate. Okay, well, we will try to do our best. Can you speak any English at all? Alright, I have him in a comms channel, guys. Mehmet, you know, it'd be awesome, man, if you could turn on your video and if you could. Okay. Oh wait. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Hold on. Okay, can you hear me? He said wait 30 seconds. Okay. Stand by, guys. Stand by for Mehmet.
Can you hear me, bro?
Hold on. I'm gonna move us real quick, Mehmet, to another channel. Stand by, Mehmet. I have to give him the right priviews, guys. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, Mehmet. 1 second, man. Okay, you should be able to... Okay, can I hear you? Or, hold on, I gotta turn you up.
Bro, I can...
Hold on, I gotta make you really loud so I can hear you. Okay. Alright. Can we get a mic test?
Okay.
Okay, awesome. Can you guys hear Mehmet?
Hi, guys.
Oh, they said they can hear you. Awesome. Mehmet, how are you doing?
I am good, bro. You?
I'm doing pretty good, man. You're in Kiev right now, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. That shelling that happened a short while ago. Sorry, go ahead.
I live in Ukrainian Turkey's back side.
Okay. The shelling that happened earlier, that was by you, right? By the train station?
Yeah.
How close was that to you earlier?
What?
How close was the shelling earlier?
Shelling? Sorry, bro. My English not good.
The bombs earlier. How close?
Yeah. Bomb. I see bomb.
How close? How close?
Very big.
Very big. Okay.
Yeah. My home and train station, maybe 1.5 kilometers.
Okay. Wow. So that you were close.
Short.
You're very close. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you and is everybody okay?
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Everybody okay.
Are you in a shelter right now? Are you in a bunker?
No. I am in home.
You are in your home?
Yeah.
So are the Russians coming tonight? Have you heard anything about this?
I don't think this.
You don't think that?
No.
We noticed that they were setting up
maybe 2 days later.
2 days? 2 days? We saw that they were making roadblocks, that they were setting up roadblocks. Is that true?
What?
We saw that they were setting up roadblocks. They were putting stuff in the road.
Bro.
Sorry. Okay.
I don't understand. Sorry.
Okay. Hold on, guys. 1 second. I'm gonna see if maybe we can have a Turkish translator. Do we have any Turkish translators?
Write me, maybe. Write me. I can translate after I say.
Okay. Yes. I'll do that. That's true. Okay, I'll do that. Okay. All right. I sent you a question. We'll see if we can have Mehmet translate it and respond to that.
Yeah, it's true. Everywhere closed.
Everywhere closed.
I sent last day take photograph. I sent photograph on Twitter. Just wait 2 seconds. Just wait, bro. Sorry.
Okay. I sent you another question. If
okay.
When you get a second.
Yeah, I have internet. My connection is very good because here city center.
Right.
Yeah, I have 1 gigabit internet.
We've heard that the modems have been hacked. Is that true?
Where?
1 second.
Okay.
I'm asking him if the modems have been hacked. We've been hearing a lot of reports that modems have been compromised.
No, it's not true.
Not true? Yeah, we were listening to a
My connection never disconnect.
Okay.
But sometimes DDoS attack have.
Are the sirens, are the air raid sirens, are those hold on, I'll type it to you. Yeah, I'm reading questions that people think I should be asking right now. Questions that everybody on the stream have been asking all day. So I'm just trying to ask him some of the most asked questions that we have coming in from our audience here. Mohammed, some people are asking, is the cat okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, cat is okay. That's good, guys. We have reassurance.
If you want, I'll show you.
Yeah, we would love to. We'd love to see the cat. Hold on, I have to figure out how I'd put you.
This runs mixed. Sometimes programmatic, sometimes airstrike.
Okay, so guys, just now he said that the air raid sirens are sometimes they're programmed so that they go off at a certain time. Sometimes they're at random when they're possibly getting an airstrike. Okay, good, awesome. So yeah, you've answered more questions than I don't think anybody has answered this many questions for us all week. Hold on. Somebody said that we have 2 Turkish translators. So you do. Oh, he's sending me pictures. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna open these up on stream. He's showing the roadblocks here. So guys, these are pictures he sent me of the roadblocks. Thank you, Mohammed. Yeah. So they are setting up roadblocks. That we heard the TV tower got hit. Is the TV still on there? Do you still have television, Mohammed?
Yes.
Yep. So
Yeah.
so communications are still up then, where he is at.
Here, city center, bro. Wait, I can translate.
Are you going to leave or stay?
I am stay.
You're going to stay?
Not no.
If the Russians come, will you fight?
Yeah, why not?
Yep. Right on, man.
I am self-Turkey, self-Ukrainian. I living 1 year Ukrainian in Kiev.
That's awesome, man. Are you currently equipped? Are you armed?
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. Do you guys have food? Do you guys have everything you need right now?
I don't need. I need just electric and internet connection.
Right.
I have food. Sometimes I need water.
Has the water lines have the water lines been turned off? Hold on, I'll type.
Water every now working.
So
but,
water's not working. Okay.
Top water's very bad.
Okay. Oh yeah. Do you have heat? Do you have warmth? We heard that. Okay. Yeah, we heard that possibly some people were without heat there.
Now heat working.
No heat working, or the heat is working. Okay.
Is working.
Yep. All right, just 1 second here, Mehmet. So you're gonna stay and fight. Do you have a plan? Do you have a plan what you're gonna do?
I don't have plan. Just stay in Kiev.
Just stay in Kiev. Okay.
For fighting.
Are you guys? Is morale high there? Do you think? Would it be your? Do you think it's your assumption that morale amongst the Ukrainians on the ground is high now? Do you guys think are you confident that you guys will win? Hold on, I'll type it. Some people are saying Slava Mehmet in chat right now. My chat is saying Slava Mehmet. We're gonna get you to 3,000 subscribers, Mehmet. We're gonna try to do that here. His YouTube is pinned in the YouTube comments, guys, at the top there. Mehmet, are you still there, friend?
Yeah, I can translate.
Oh, okay. Yeah, take your time, man. Thank you so much for being on the air. You're the first person that we've been able to get through on the ground in Kiev. He says, "I think we will win, and our morale is high. President Zelensky and the soldiers are working until the end." Right on, man. That's awesome. Mehmet, we're looking into sending you guys ammo. He'll probably have to translate that, but yeah, we're gonna send you some ammunition, Mehmet. We're gonna try to send you guys some ammo. Yep. Everybody in chat is saying prayers to Mehmet.
I think how? This impossible.
All right, I sent you a message. Yeah, yes. Polish ammunition.
This for me?
Yes, we're gonna get it for you, for you and your comrades.
I think this impossible.
We'll try. We're gonna try.
Okay.
I promise you this. I promise you that. Can you show us the kitty on your camera? Is it safe for you to go up and to have the camera there? Or is it safe for you to use the live stream for your camera right now? I'll type it to him. Oh, he's okay. He actually hold on. He enabled his camera, guys. 1 second. I'm gonna try to get that on screen for you. Just 1 second here, guys. 1 second, Mehmet. 1 second. I have to add another. 1 second, Mehmet. Just stand by, buddy. Stand by. 1 second. I have to get him up on screen, guys. 1 second, Mehmet. Mehmet, stand by. I'm like speed OBSing right now, guys. Speed OBSing.
No.
Hold on. All right. We can see you now. We can see you now. We can see you now. Show us the cat. Show us the cat, Mehmet. There's the kitty, guys. There's the kitty. Everybody is. Oh wow, that is one hell of a kitty.
His name Dasha.
Dasha. That's.
Yes, Ukrainian name.
That is big kitty. He's a. Oh wow, that's a big kitty.
My gun.
That kitty will defeat the entire Russian army.
Yeah.
The Russians don't stand a chance against Dasha. Yeah, everybody's saying all hail Dasha. Everybody's saying Slava Dasha. Oh wow.
You know?
Mehmet, what have you been doing? What do you do the past few days to pass the time? What do you have you been? What do you do?
What? I don't understand, bro.
Hold on, I'll ask him in chat here.
I sleep. I am looking news.
Okay.
I am maybe walking in Kiev street.
Are you? Go ahead.
Play game.
And play games. What game? What games do you play?
Valorant.
What game?
Valorant.
Oh, Valorant?
Yeah.
He plays Valorant. All right, awesome. That's awesome. I'm asking me, are you allowed outside at night?
No. This impossible.
Impossible. In daytime? In day?
Yeah. 7 o'clock morning. 7 o'clock.
Okay.
All of it. Night. 8 o'clock.
Okay. How far are the Russians from you? How far are the Russians from you right now? So he said from 0700 hours to 20. That's when the curfew is. He says he knows that they're on the north side of the entrance to Kiev, but I'm not sure about that. Does everyone have enough food in the shops? But they are not in Kiev, he says he is sure of that. So they are not currently in Kiev, guys.
Not enough.
What was that, Mehmet?
Not enough, bro.
Not enough food?
No.
So he says they don't have enough food in the in shops there. I asked him if people are still taking shelter in the metros.
Yeah.
He says yes. He says also that people need food and medicine. God, guys, I'm sorry. I'm kind of at a loss of words here. I'll take some questions from chat. Has he gone to Metro? Yeah. Do they have food there? Yeah. Have you gone to the Metro? He said, especially the eastern region needs food and medicine. I'm asking him, have you gone to the Metro, Mehmet?
2 days ago, I am going to metro. but for shelter, no.
Okay. Some people, hold on, I'll tell him that in chat. Some people say to enable donations. I think he does have donations, guys. You can donate to him on his live stream there below. I believe he does have information there. Yeah, I'll ask him. Mehmet, would personal donations be useful to you? Would personal donations be useful to you? People would like to know if they can donate. Yes, actually, that's a really good question. He says, yes, it'll be useful for me. I also share my food with people and soldiers as long as I can. Yeah, guys, again, you can donate to him beneath his stream. Also, make sure to subscribe to him. He says 2 to 3 hours ago was really active. He said a bomb exploded near the train station and mine was very close. Yeah, I'll ask him about the. I'm gonna ask him about the ghost.
Oh, I don't hear.
He says he has never heard of the ghost of Kiev.
What's this? This is not true, bro.
He says it's not true?
No. This is fake.
Are you guys getting supplies? Mehmet, are you guys getting supplies? I don't know if I'm even pronouncing his name right, first of all, but yeah, Mehmet, are you guys getting supplies?
Yes, I'm getting.
I also told, so he said they are getting supplies. I also told Mehmet that we choose to believe. Somebody says just stop pronouncing the H. One sec, I'm going to see if we can get a translator, Mehmet. Oh, Mehmet. Okay, Mehmet. Sorry.
Just say Yuri, my nickname.
What? How do you say? How do you say? Oh, Yoru. Okay. All right, Yoru. We'll call him Yoru from now on. All right, I asked him if there's a lot of misinformation on the news where he is. And yeah, I'll ask him that as well. Yes, I'll ask him that as well. Are civilians being targeted, Mehmet Yoru? Sorry, guys, again. He says there is a lot of dirty information floating around in the air, but the government is doing a very good job on this fake news. Intelligence is very good. That's good. That's good. And they support Zelensky. That's good. All right, I'm asking him, are civilians being targeted where you are, Yoru? Yeah, he's in Kiev, guys.
They target too much Russian soldiers.
I mean, are Russian soldiers targeting civilians? Hold on. Okay, yeah, he says Russian soldiers. He says Russian soldiers target civilians too much. He says. Oh yes, okay. But now they are attacking strategic points in Kiev. That's exactly what we heard the past couple of days too. They were talking about targeting technical sites. He said the TV square. So TV square, and I believe he's possibly referring to the antenna as well. The gas distribution center. So I'm asking Yoru, can people leave the city? Can people leave Kiev if they want to?
Women and children, yes, but wait, I think this.
Yeah, so women and children can leave.
Wait.
Okay. Okay, he says, yes, everyone can leave the city, but men cannot leave Ukraine. I'm asking him, is there still fuel and petrol? Is there still fuel for cars? He says, I don't know for sure, but I think it still exists in Kiev. I think he means like maybe a fuel a fuel station. We have heard that Ukrainians have captured a lot of Russian tanks. Are they putting them to use? Oh yes, have you seen any foreign fighters? Have you seen any foreign fighters that have come to help? Yeah, again, guys, he has links to where you guys can donate to him over on his YouTube channel in the description. I think he prefers crypto, I'm pretty sure. He's translating the 2 questions I just sent to him, so stand by for that, guys. He said that they were really close to the city. They were to the north, he said. Yes, for everybody just tuning in, I'm speaking to our camera operator on Cam 2. He said, I didn't see any foreign warriors coming to help. Ukrainian soldiers do not use the vehicles they have seized because they are often detonated. Okay, so they're often damaged. Okay. Yes. We have heard that there is a Russian convoy outside the city on its way to Kiev. Is this true? Also, he says the state did not give him a gun because he is a foreigner. Yoro, do you have a gun? Do you have gun? Oh, you don't have gun?
No, I don't have gun.
You don't have gun. Can you get gun?
No.
You can't get gun?
For me now, impossible.
Are you allowed? Are you allowed to have a gun?
No, I don't know this. Governments.
I think he's replying to the Russian convoy question. He's translating. So state people have guns, but only to Ukrainian citizens. Since he is a foreigner, he hasn't been supplied a weapon directly. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to ask him, some people say they are fake and fake. They say I have a bank account in England 2 years ago. I lived in London 2 months. I opened it while living there and I'm still using it. Yeah, he is verified to be on the ground, guys, in Ukraine. I mean, we've already proven this. That's the train station right across the street there. It's sad for me that they think that way. He says, "Will you be keeping your live stream up?"
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, good.
Every day, 8:30.
Every day, 8:30.
Night. Every night.
Yeah, we have been watching every night, Yoru. We've been watching all week for 24/7. What is happening there? He says every night at 20:30. For everybody that is interested. Yoru, are you scared or are you confident?
No, I am not scared.
You're not scared. Good. Good.
I'm ready to fight.
He says he's ready to fight.
Yeah.
Yoru, what do you do during day?
I am looking news. I am going Krishati Street. I am looking around the street.
Right.
And go to home and eating food.
Right.
And surfing internet. Just this. Everywhere closed. Just open markets.
Have you been making weapons? We heard that people are making Molotovs to help defend the city.
Yeah, it's true.
It's true, he says. It's true.
Yeah.
Do you make music?
Yeah, but
What kind of music? He says he used to make music, but he doesn't anymore. I'm asking him if he finds a gun, in the event that he does find a gun, can he take up arms and use it? He says that Ukraine's defense ministry is publishing a document, or has published a document, on the use of Molotovs.
Twitter, Telegram, Facebook, and Instagram.
So those are all the platforms that he has there. I'm asking, in the event that you can find a gun, can and will you take it and use it?
Yeah.
He says yes.
I have military training.
He said he has military training. Where did you train?
Train station?
No,
Train.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I'm asking him what makes you think Russia will move on Kiev in 2 days. He says there's a compulsory military service in Turkey, and I completed this mission to the eastern region. East zone equals the terror zone. Okay, I see. So he does have military training. I'm waiting for him to translate the other question that I just sent. He says that they've attacked specific and strategic points. I asked him, do you have any questions for us in the West?
Please, normal.
He says, what was that, Euro?
Wait, again, reading.
Okay.
No, I don't have questions, sorry.
No questions? Well, Yoro, I wish you the best of luck. Can you stay in the Discord and keep us up to date? Everyone will be praying and wondering.
Yeah.
He says yes, he will. Good. Yoru, are you with family? Do you have people there with you?
Yes, I have family, but in Turkey.
You have family in Turkey. Are there people there with you? Are there people there with you?
No, I am alone.
He said he's alone. Have you been able to sleep?
Yes, but only daytime.
Only daytime. Only in the daytime.
Because every night dangerous.
Every night dangerous.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask him, are there Russian saboteurs in the city at night?
Yes.
He says yes, there is. Yoru, everyone is watching your channel, all right? everyone is watching, and is going
Thank
to.
you for watching and subscribers.
Yep, we're all subscribed. I sent everyone to subscribe.
Thank you for all this.
Yep. Yes. Thank you. No. Thank you for keeping the camera up. It is our only eyes on what's going on. I will post as long as I live, he says. Yoru, the world is watching Ukraine.
Yeah, I know.
We're all watching you. All right, Godspeed, Yoru. You stay safe. We are going to keep watching the live stream camera all night. My stream is up 24/7 with cameras everywhere.
Okay, bro. Okay.
He says if anybody wants to donate, you can do it to his BTC, Ethereum, or his any of his other donation links he has under that stream. So, again, guys, Yoru, thank you so much. We will have drink for you tonight, Yoru.
You're welcome, bro. Thank
Yes.
you for watching and support.
We will call you again tomorrow, okay? We'll call you again tomorrow.
Okay, bro.
All right, you stay safe. Stay safe, Yoru.
Okay,
Yoru.
bro. You too.
All right, bye now, Yoru. Bye.
Bye, bye, bro.
All right, guys. So that was our friend Yoru there on the ground in Ukraine, coming to us live from cam number 2. We have made a new friend tonight, and I'm glad we've been able to send Yoru not only some support, but some subscribers as well. Yeah, he was really good about answering questions, and you know he was doing his best to just translate back and forth. I was going to get somebody else to translate in the chat, guys, but I just wanted to, you know, it was working pretty good what we had going on there. Next time we'll have like some questions ready to ask him, though. I didn't have any questions ready. I had to just make up stuff off the top of my mind there and read what you guys were asking too in the chat. But yeah, guys, I have him on Discord. He's been added in. And we're going to call him again tomorrow. We're going to get him on the show. I'll try to get him on the show every night if we can. And of course, we'll be watching his camera feed as well. I think he has a permanent position in the camera 2 slot. Did we get him up to 3K already? Is he at 3K? Wow, that's awesome. We got him and the kitty to 3K. So at least we've accomplished something here tonight, guys, on a very quiet, a chillingly quiet night here in Kiev. I know some of you guys were saying, you know, to be careful with operational security, asking him questions, but he wouldn't have answered any questions that he was uncomfortable with answering, and I wasn't going to answer him anything that would have compromised anything about his location or operational security. So I was trying to be you know, be conscientious of that. Hell of a cat. Again, guys, thank you to everybody that's tuning in. I'm trying to find him on the Discord right now so I can make sure to give him all of the proper ranks. Yeah, I pinned the link to his YouTube channel in the comments, guys, if you want to go over there and subscribe to our Ukrainian correspondent, Yoro, who is on the ground there. I gotta find him in the chat here quick. Yeah, what a mad lad Yoru is, and isn't he, guys? Hats off to Mehmet, aka Yoru. We're just gonna call him Yoru from now on because I can actually pronounce that. Yeah, man. Hats off to him. Again, guys, here I'm trying to just. Somebody said, yeah. So perhaps when we call him next, we'll get an actual translator in the chat. I definitely want to do that. We'll probably call him. It's pretty late there. He's probably going to go to sleep soon, I would imagine, since dawn is coming around. It sounded like he sleeps mainly during the day. Distortion, thank you very much for tuning in from the UK today. Glad to see you along for the ride. Again, guys, I am just doing some work in the background here. I'm trying to get a couple things situated with our friend Yoru there in the Discord, so stand by. So you guys like that, eh? Yeah, I've been wanting to get somebody from on the ground on the channel now all week, and so I'm really glad that we were able to do that. He answered more questions for us just now, guys, than I think anybody has answered for us all week. He's not only, you know, he not only has balls of steel, and he's not only a hell of a guy for keeping this cam up for us, but he's a extremely important asset for us here as a community. That, you know, we're trying to get eyes on the ground there. As I said, he's answered so many questions just tonight for us. Our chat for weeks has been asking some of these questions, and he cleared up a lot. And so just having eyes on the ground there, he was able to, you know, really clear a lot of things up. I did ask if he had any questions for us. He said nope. He said he didn't have any questions for the West. He said that, you know, they could use food and medicine in the East, especially. He said he really didn't need anything, but if people did want to donate, he would try to spread the love where he could. His channel, again, guys, is pinned in the chat right at the top there, in case you guys want to go subscribe over to him. We got him up from 1.5 thousand subscribers to he's now at 3 point something subscribers now. Maybe 5,000, I think he's probably up to now. Yeah, he said the ghost, unfortunately, he believes the ghost not to be real, but again, guys, we're going to continue to believe in the ghost of Kiev. Again, guys, to subscribe to him, there's a link pinned in the YouTube chat right at the top. If you guys would like to subscribe to him, I'll leave that up probably for the majority of the day until I need to pin something else. Yeah, he also makes some music, so maybe tomorrow we'll ask him if we can bump a few of his tunes on the stream. Maybe he'd like that. All right, guys. So yeah, we're just kind of we're winding down a little bit here after that interview there with Yoru on the ground in in Ukraine. Sorry, I'm giggling at the picture somebody took of his cat in the Discord. I'm gonna pin that. Somebody says it's the new mascot. Alright guys, well, I'm going to be taking a break here for a little while. We're still listening to the audio in and around Kiev. We're just approaching midnight, or yeah, we're just after midnight now here in Kiev. I'm going to be getting another round of updates here together for you. Yeah, so it's interesting, those CNN reporters we were listening to were talking about, don't plug in the modem. They're all sketched out about the modems. He's like, nah, man, that's not true. It's all good. Internet's still up. I'm playing Valorant. Apparently, Yoru plays some Valorant. That's pretty cool. Gotta have some balls of steel to be sitting in the middle of a active war zone, just hanging out, doing a couple rounds on Valorant. I definitely admire that. Somebody said they targeted the government with the modem attack from what I could decipher. Yeah, we do know that there has been some infrastructure targeted there, but apparently whatever ISP he is on or whatever service he's using for his connection, it's still secure, so. Thanks very much, guys. Again, thank you very much for tuning in. I am preparing another update for you guys here. Again, I sound like a broken record. I'm preparing another update for you here. I'm going to be taking a break for a short while, but when we come back, we're going to go over everything that's happened over the past day or so. Wiz sent me a video on how to properly pronounce his name, so I'll definitely have to watch that. Some people asking when will I return from my break. I think I'm going to take about like a half an hour to an hour here. Get some food in me, take a little walk around. The stream's going to continue just like it is. We're still listening to the very quiet audio coming out of Kiev here. When I return, we'll be doing a full update. Yeah, guys, we'll be adding a few more mods on both Twitch and YouTube for those that are asking. Some people have put their hats in the ringer, and we'll be contacting those guys here shortly. Yeah, he seems. Some people said they admire his composure. Yeah, I believe he was pretty calm and collect. He definitely. It definitely sounds like morale is very high there on the ground. That they're very confident, and it's consistent with what we've seen too. We've seen that they've been able to repel a lot of the Russian attacks in and around Kiev, and it's consistent with what he's. That's consistent with what he says. From what it sounded like. They're confident in their ability to defend their city. Yeah, some people saying that the city of Kherson has been conquered by the Russians. We actually haven't had any concrete information on that. Last reports I had were that Russians were in Kherson, but that they were still basically in this back and forth firefight that had been going on for about a day or so. We'll definitely get that will be part of my update when I come back. I'll go through all the details of Kharkiv that have unfolded over the night, all the details in Kherson that have unfolded. Yeah, I'm definitely going to get another interview with him tomorrow, though, and I'll have some better questions for him, guys, that I can get vetted before I actually go on to a call. And I'll probably get a translator in here vetted as well that can speak either Ukrainian or Turkish, whatever he would prefer. And somebody said that CNN announced that they did take over Kherson. Yeah, we've heard reports of that, but again, I'm going to get you once I get briefed myself. I'll give you guys concrete information on that. Yes, I'll put the air radar back on. So people are asking about. Sorry about that, guys. I wasn't even looking over here. Again, these are some of the roadblocks he sent me pictures of from in Kiev there. So yeah, they are definitely blocking off the streets. Let's go ahead and refresh here. That's awesome. So he also said to me that he would be keeping the live stream up. Basically, I think he said from 8 o'clock. If I'm not mistaken, 8 o'clock right through till morning every night. So apparently, Sputnik and RT have been blocked on all European soil and Twitter as of today, 5:28 p.m. So just a few minutes ago, actually. Here's a picture again, guys, from the stream just now of Dasha, I think his name is. He, she. What a kitty. It's a hell of a kitty right there. All right. So yeah, we do. So we do look like we have some updated information here as of the last hour out of Kherson. Again, I'm going to go through this stuff, and then I'll get a full report ready for you guys, and we'll go through that here in about an hour or so after I take a little hiatus. Somebody says Dasha for president. Somebody says Dasha, the treasurer of Kiev. That's a good one. Somebody says you could sell your interview and give money to him. Maybe if we did a better interview that wasn't just like so impromptu. Maybe tomorrow, if we get an actual good interview, it'll be something that'd be worthy of the nightly news. However, I mean, yeah, I guarantee you that if I get questions together, it'd be much better if we had a translator and if we had questions. So he says the kitty of Kiev. So the mayor of Kherson has confirmed that Russians have occupied Kherson. Again, I'm going to get you more information on that, guys, when I come back from my break. I don't want to really start diving into things immediately here, because then I'll be talking to you for an hour straight. But I'm going to go ahead and take a little break here, and then when I return, we'll be going over all the updates from the past about 6 hours or so, including diving into what's going on in Kherson and Kharkiv. Guys, I just remembered, I totally forgot to ask him who he was yelling at and why he was yelling at them. All right, guys. James over in the Discord has alerted me, if I want to archive the stream, I should probably stop it now. If we want to archive our interview with Yoru. So I'm going to really quickly, I'm just going to stop the stream, and then I'm going to immediately restart the stream. Okay? So stand